playing?
I don't know.
Oh.
I have no idea what this. You said it's preseason, huh, Jesse?
I didn't even.
It's just on my top events on ESPN.com.
I didn't even know they played preseason soccer.
I saw. Really? They go to Levi? Oh. Yeah. Typically, like when they do that stuff, they go to Levi's. Like
in Manchester? Oh, okay. I know one of the.
Who was it? Barcelona, Jesse? That came to Levi. Yeah,
I know a couple of the big boys came.
Yeah. Well, man, Mexico had Arizona lit last night. I came across that. That was popping. Jesus, they get it popping. I remember I was living in LA and was it a Gold Cup? It might have. I don't know if it was a Gold Cup or a qualifying for a World Cup or something, but it was USA versus Mexico at the Rose Bowl. And I think maybe the US had just won the World Cup, the Gold Cup like the year before. So it was a real match. Like, okay, we with Mexico now. Man, it was popping at the Rose Bowl. My whole little neighborhood in Paramount, all go Mexico. Like they had the parties on the lawn and all that. It was popping. That was a huge game at the time. And the little dude, what's his name? Is that Dos Santos? Yeah, he took the game over and because it was close. I think it was scoreless. Then he might have scored, maybe almost scored, and he took the game over. That was the one time I seen like my introduction to soccer. I was like, yo, this dude's different out here. Yeah. Black Bottles 916. What's up, baby?
Fellas.
Ramsey was good.
I say fellas because it's all guys in here. Ladies and gentlemen, this just in. Aaron Rodgers has reported to training camp.
Oh.
He's shown up in an Office t-shirt and a man bun. Oh, my God. What a moment in professional sports. Aaron Rodgers is showing up to do the job that he is paid for. We will talk about this for the next 97 hours here on ESPN 1320. I'm Damian Greenberg, along with I couldn't think of a
Booger Caraway.
Booger Caraway. Thank you. Booger, how did this happen? How did we get here? Remember,
see what happened was when you have these guys like Aaron Rodgers, they just have to go out there and be the quarterback.
The radio audience can't see. Kenny contorted his finger to point in the wrong direction. Tune in all day as we will discuss Aaron Rodgers showing up to actually do his job. Yes, this is such a big deal. We're not going to call him a diva. We're not going to say anything terrible about him. Meanwhile, I get paid millions of dollars by sports media outlets, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to criticize Simone Biles for not finishing her Olympic competition today.
Well, we'll talk about Simone Biles.
Some of it, man.
I think I have an unpopular opinion.
Oh, Jesus. I figured it out. It's Kenny Gottlieb. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Damian Barling and Kenny Gottlieb. Today will be my last day on the radio. I would say I can't wait to hear what Kenny says, but no, actually I can. We'll get to that. Spoiler alert.
A little bit. It's funny that you talk about and we might have lost Damian again, so it's just me. But it's funny that he talks about Aaron Rodgers to start off because we didn't talk about any of this. But I'm thinking about Aaron Rodgers earlier, and I'm like, this guy really out here trying to talk about The Last Dance and all this other stuff and compare himself. Aaron, you ain't Michael Jordan. Okay? You ain't Michael Jordan. This ain't the Bulls. Get that through your head. You're talented. No disrespect. You're talented, but you're not Aaron Rodgers, or excuse me, you're not Michael Jordan. You're not. So ain't no last dance going on here. It's the last chance that you'll have to choke away a 12-4 season. That's what the last dance is here with Aaron Rodgers. This guy, man, this guy's something else. Boy, I tell you, man, he's something else. But either way, as you guys can see on the chat, maybe here on the radio, Damien's internet, hating on him again. But, you know, it's going around here because last night my power went out at the house for a little bit. I wasn't home, so I don't know. But power went out. I don't know what's going on out here in Sacramento County. But, yeah, get my man back up and running. Until he's up and running again, it's your man, Kenny Caraway, here, D-Lo and KC, on ESPN 1320, on the Odyssey Network, and on YouTube and Twitch if you want to check it out. How's everybody doing on this Tuesday afternoon? I'm doing pretty good. I was just talking to my partner before the show, and I was just like, man, kind of a slow Monday night. Not much going on. The Giants, that's really the team in the area that's playing right now. They had the day off. I think the A's had the day off as well. So there wasn't a whole lot going on. But it don't matter who's playing, who's not playing, who's on the schedule, who's not on the schedule. Ain't nothing stopping rumor season SZN in the NBA as we get ready for the NBA draft on Thursday. And then the new calendar year for the NBA starts on August 1st, August 2nd, something like that. But a lot of rumors going around. I wouldn't even call them rumors, man. It was just a lot of talk, right? A lot of talk about different teams around the league. Specifically, the only thing that we really care about is the Sacramento Kings and some of the talk that was going on with them. We heard stuff from Kevin O'Connor of The Ringer, talking about the possible draft pick of a Franz Wagner. Also, the Turkish League MVP, Singun. That's what I just like to say him by his last name, almost like he's a soccer player. Singun, the 18-year-old who won the MVP in that Turkish league. He's now somebody that people are talking about for the Sacramento Kings in 9. But I mean, one of the overriding thoughts, one of the overriding opinions and feelings about the Kings coming up in this draft is that they're ready and willing to move on from the number 9 pick. All they need is a good enough proposal, a good enough offer, and they be ready to move on. And I go back and forth. As you guys can see, if you listen to the show all the time, you know I go back and forth about this. I want to get better, and on the stream, on the radio show, all that. Damian Barley back in the building. Just like Aaron Rodgers, he's back. He's here. All right, on the show. But Damian, I don't know. Can you hear me good?
I got you, baby.
Okay, we're all the way good. I ain't got to pod you up. But I was just talking about how it's rumor season in the NBA, SZN.
Oh yeah.
And I go back and forth about what I want the Kings to do with the number 9 pick, right? You know that. You've seen it plenty of times. I go back and forth. And what I really don't want them to do is I don't want them to make a deal just for the sake of making a deal. We kind of talked about this yesterday with Rashawn Holmes and that situation and losing Bogey and all that other stuff. And maybe people can see that's kind of where I'm at with all of this. Yes, I understand the pressure that myself, Damian Barlin, the fan base, have put on this organization to get to the playoffs. Yes, I've said numerous times, they don't make the playoffs, jobs will be lost. Major changes will need to be made. But when it comes to this season and this offseason, I want major changes. I want people that are going to come in and get this team to a point where they're likely for a playoff, not even a long shot, likely. But I also don't want to make a move just to say we made a move. That doesn't, it's got to make sense. It's got to, I think it's got to add value for it to have the type of effect that we wanted to have here in Sacramento as far as making it closer to the goal of ending this postseason drought.
I hear you, but nothing, no rumor out there, no conversation that we've had. I don't even think a scenario that we've presented has led me to believe that the Kings are looking to make a move just for the sake of making a move. I think they're active. Like, I think they're trying to work. I think they're trying to get something done. I do think Monty McNair is trying to improve the roster. We'll talk about that on, a number of different, forums as we move forward, whether it pertains to free agency, which we'll dive into here in a few minutes, or pertains to the NBA draft, which is just a couple of days away, which, of course, we'll dive into. Our plan is to be with you for 8 hours on Thursday, all through the draft. You can catch the draft here live with the reaction to the Sacramento Kings. Of course, last year, the draft brought us Mr. Tyrese Halliburton, Mr. John Halliburton that night, which was the beginning of a beautiful relationship until Kenny, of course, tried to trade Tyrese.
Stop. See, there goes the media again. Boy, I can't stand the media.
I can guarantee you that's over.
Yep, I hear you, Mr. Halliburton, and I'm sorry about that. But I don't. There's no, and this goes to the PTSD of being a Kings fan, right? Like a move for the sake of making a move. I don't think that's what Monty McNair is doing. Monty McNair can't afford to do that. Hell, if Monty McNair was going to do something just for the sake of doing it, I think he would have fired Luke Walton.
Good point.
You know what I mean? Like he for whatever reason, and this is something that we'll dive into here today as well. He believes that Luke Walton is the guy. Well, this is very much a show me season for Luke Walton. We've seen the type of players that Monty McNair likes. We've seen those defensive guys, those tough guys, those gritty guys. We've seen that in his very brief time as the Kings general manager with the acquisitions that he made at the trade deadline. Okay, can Luke coach those type of guys? There has to be complete synergy here with all parties involved. The front office, and the little that we knew about Monty McNair when he was hired. The one thing that we did know is that he worked closely with the coaching staff in Houston.
Right.
Everybody has got to be on the same page here. So I don't think there's any, we've got the chance to do this, so let's do it because our Kings fans, because Kings fans are expecting us to do something, anything. I don't think that's the case. I'm not worried about that. That's one thing I'm not worried. Past years, yeah, I might be worried about. This year, I'm not. That's not something I'm concerned with.
Oh, I mean,
I also understand you keep wavering on what to do with the pick. So I'm afraid if a move is made and you don't like it, you'll feel like it was a move for the sake of making a move. Because I know there are guys that you like in this draft.
That's a possibility. You know what I'm saying? That's a possibility that I would feel that way. I haven't seen anything from Monty yet where I don't trust his judgment in these situations. I'm okay with whatever decision he makes and giving it the opportunity to see it through. But there's two things I really don't want. Number one, to make a move just to make a move. Number two, to draft Franz Wagner at 9. If you trade back to like 14 and you draft Franz Wagner, makes a little more sense. Kind of. Still really wouldn't do it, but I get it. But 9, you passing up a lot to draft him at 9. Not really interested in that.
Doesn't he feel like, and again, this is something that we'll elaborate on much more as the show progresses. Doesn't Franz feel like, I mean, for lack of a better, doesn't he feel like a Monty McNair guy? Like Franz, everything. Brandon Nunez, what a great piece of the Kings Herald on Franz Wagner, and the tie-in. Chad Ford said it's inevitability that Franz is going to the Kings. And it feels like that has to do with his ability on defense. And you're talking about a team who had the worst defensive, rating in the league last year. Like the more I've read about Franz, because to your point, which frustrates you the most, I watched Michigan last year. I don't really remember Franz popped out on the screen. Like that wasn't necessarily the case, though. Your whole roster can't always pop out on the screen. He is a defensive guy, and I think that's why so many mock drafts, why so many analysts, why so many fans have him associated with the Kings, because the Kings are so awful in that department. We'll talk much more, Casey, about Franz Wagner. We'll talk much more about the Sacramento Kings. We'll talk about free agents. We'll talk about other NBA rumors.
I just want to say before we get out of here, this man Aaron Rodgers in the NFC Championship game, the defense that never was there for him, they got 3 interceptions on Tom Brady. He was only able to get 7 points out of those 3 picks. 2 of those drives, he went 3-0. And this guy want to complain about something. Man, please.
That was a really strange pivot, man, but that's the type of stuff that you get here on D-Lo and KC. We're here with you for the next 4 hours. Who knows what direction we'll go? Certainly I don't. After that, more D-Lo and KC on the way here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Yeah, I spent half the time in Gone talking about how just laughing at Aaron Rodgers talking about the last dance. Fool, you ain't Michael Jordan. This ain't the Bulls. Ain't no damn last dance.
Dude, you got one title. Like, I hate, like, I do not, there isn't a, I don't think there's a person or I don't even think there's a team that I root for to fail. There are people I don't cheer. I don't cheer James Harden. I don't cheer Brooklyn.
James Harden.
I'm hoping, like, I really want Green Bay to fail.
Me too.
I really want the Packers to fail. And that's not even fair because it's not the Packers. I want Aaron Rodgers to fail. This whole thing, since this whole look at me thing was saying, I better stop talking about him because every time I mention his stupid ass name, my internet shuts off.
That is what happens.
Y'all are live witnesses to this job, like, breaking me. Like, this shit is literally breaking me. Like, the stress of, man, I hope the internet holds up for 4 hours a day. You know when my internet doesn't have a problem? The other 20 hours of the day. That's internet ain't never shut off one time between 4 p.m. and 11:59 a.m. Never once.
That's how it works, man. That's how it goes.
Yeah, very well, maybe.
Oh, Sway. I don't know if I'll ever be done trashing Aaron Rodgers. Great player, though. Great player.
Wagner can shoot better percentage on 3-pointers than Bagley. I'm confused. Are you legitimately asking the question or making a point?
Yeah, I think he's making a point.
Oh, I think I actually have his 3-point percentage somewhere. I had a bunch of notes on him today.
I know he shot 2 air balls in the in the Final Four. I remember that.
Yeah, actually,
wide open.
I remember that also.
Wide open, and things went 5 feet to the left.
This he was 34% last year. 48% from the field, 34% from 3-point range.
Mm.
It's a 12-6-3 guy. Franz. Was Franz a sophomore?
I think so, yeah.
He's a sophomore. Sophomore class field trip. I'll get you that NBA rigged. I'll get you that right now.
First basketball next year is online right now. So. It's an explain how you can feel like the Kings roster is constructed now can make the playoffs. At the same time, things coach doesn't matter.
It's 34.3%. NBA rigged. 34.3% for Bagley.
Joshua, I'm trying to understand this. Need to explain to me how you feel the Kings roster is constructed now can make the playoffs. And at the same time, think the coach doesn't matter. First of all, regardless of what anybody thinks, never said the coach doesn't matter. I said the players are more important. So there's that. Yeah, coaching matters. Absolutely. But you can have the best coach in the world. And if you don't have the right roster, the right players around him, doesn't matter. Coach Vogel got a clown suit put on him in the playoffs because AD was hurt. Is Coach Vogel a bad coach now? Absolutely not. His best players weren't there or weren't healthy. That led to them getting bounced in the first round and getting blown out like 3 games.
I found another consistent with my internet cutting out.
Hmm.
Wonder what Matt George has to do with this. Absolutely. And on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We hope that you'll hit the subscribe button and thumbs up as well. You can also download the Odyssey app. If you can't watch, you can listen. Discover hundreds of new exclusive music stations available now for sports and music fans by sports and music fans. The new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's and Geico. Draft just a couple of days away. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, can I answer a quick question and discussion we're having? I was talking to my man, Josiah Varner, during the break. You can check out the break on YouTube, Twitch, all that. The show never stops, as my partner says. And he says, he's trying to figure out why I feel like the roster as currently constructed can make the playoffs. Mm-hmm. Yet typically the assumption is that I say that coaching doesn't matter. Yeah, and that's not fact. See, there goes the media again. This is why I don't talk to the media. This is why I do interviews with my helmet on, because the media always twists up my words.
You just hear so you don't get fined.
But I explained to him, I said, it's not that I don't think coaching doesn't matter. I think the roster matters more. So he says, but you're saying the players in this roster can make it. Well, why didn't we? Because this roster that I'm referring to wasn't there all year. And I believe, and I could be wrong, but I believe that if they had that roster the entire year, they would have at the very least made the play-in tournament. But, we'll never know. But that's my thought about it.
Yeah, I think that's just like a what if that we hold on to in sports. Like I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not going to say. Yeah, I'm not going to say that you're wrong. It's impossible to say that you're wrong. It's impossible to say you're right. You're basically saying they'd be what, 2.5 games better. 3 games at the most. Like it wasn't a lot. They weren't like eliminated right. Until the final, the final days. And we've done the stupid bit of if just one of those 9-game losing streaks was a 7-game losing streak. Like just think about what we're asking right there. Hey. Yeah. Don't lose 9 games in a row twice and you make the play-in. No,
and to be fair, one of the 9-game losing streaks was with the new roster. So you can't say that it wouldn't have happened twice with that roster because they did it once. It's hard to believe it. It's hard to believe a roster with me and you on it would have lost 2 9-game losing streaks, let alone any of them rosters. That makes no sense.
It's funny after 2 seasons now, how confused people still are. Terrence on Facebook. I just want them to make it. Stop with this play-in crap. Make the 8th or 7th seed. Terrence, the 8th and 7th seed is the play-in. Sorry, fam. Like, I don't mean to burst your Tuesday bubble, but moving forward, the 7th, 8th spot are playing along with the 9 and 10. So I think what you're trying to say is make the 6th seed. I just want to help you out there, fam.
Josh Owen asked the question, does play-in count as the playoffs? Well,
we're using the term postseason.
Postseason, that's every time it comes up, they say the postseason drought is 15 years. You make the play-in, you end the 15-year postseason drought. Now, I'm not ready to determine or say that that's the playoffs. I'm not saying that.
Well, you should, because the fact is, it doesn't appear this is going anywhere.
Mm-mm.
So, like, if this was like a one-off, or this could be gone after next year. I don't think that's the case. Like this playing thing is here. So it's just a new form of the postseason. If you want to reframe the playoffs, the postseason, that's fine. But the goalpost is going to move here a little bit.
No, we got sections. It's the postseason, and then you make it to the playoffs. The first 4, they didn't make it to the NCAA tournament. They have to play the play-in game. The wild card in baseball, they didn't make it to the playoffs. They played the wild card. That's what it is.
The wild card's not the playoffs?
No.
I guess the wild card game. Okay.
to
But
get into
the wild
playoffs.
card in football is the playoffs.
It is.
Oh dear. This is why sports media. This is why we're the stupidest people on the planet, because we rationalize stuff like that. Wild card in football, playoffs.
Well,
wild card in baseball, not so much.
To be fair, I blame the NFL. Why are we calling that the wild card? Just why can it be first round? Ain't a wild card about it. Like you got into the playoffs, you're playing the first round of the playoffs. Wild card in baseball, literally, you're not in there yet. You're not in the playoffs, but you got an extra chance. You got a wild card
That's
chance.
fair.
This wild card could get into the playoffs.
That's fair.
Blame the NFL.
Well, to the NFL's credit, that you could argue it's the same thing. Like it's the exact same thing. They expanded the playoff format to include the wild card to get to the divisional round of the playoffs. It's the same thing.
Yeah, I think it's the first round of the playoffs. Because look, when they talk about the playoffs, they don't say that now it's just one team, but the two teams in the past, they don't say they have a wild card bye. They say they have a first round bye, which means they're not playing in the first round.
Okay.
So that wild card should be called the first round.
Okay. But aren't they interchangeable?
What? Wild card
in the first round.
Who's on first?
I've said this time and time again. Kenny and I spend too much time together. Like this is what happens. This is the type of stuff you argue about when you spend too much time together. And the chat's calling cap. Wild card in baseball is definitely playoffs. That's redacted over there on YouTube.
Not the playoffs.
Bryce says wild card in baseball is the playoffs.
Ramsey says the first four in the NCAA is in the NCAA tournament. No, it's not. That's why they always put them in Dayton. They don't get to go to no special place.
You taking a shot at what's wrong with Dayton? We taking a shot at Dayton? We've got
That's the site of the first four every year. Okay. Is the first round of the NCAA tournament in the same place every year? No, because you move them around because the tournament has started. Dayton, first four, that's where they're at every year.
Okay. All right.
Giants make the wild card game and lose this year. They didn't make the playoffs.
Wow.
But if the Niners make the wild card game and lose, they made the playoffs.
They made the playoffs. Yeah. and so now here we are back at this same point we were. If the Kings make the play-in but lose,
they didn't make the playoffs, but they made the postseason.
So the streak is or isn't over?
The streak is over.
Okay, it is over.
It is over because every time they say
on a technicality.
They say
over on a technicality.
Yeah,
okay.
They say postseason. They don't say playoffs. They say TNT when they put the graphic up. Say postseason.
Okay.
If they start saying playoffs, then no, the drought did not.
Then we're screwed. If they change the language, we're screwed. Great. All the more things to look forward to if you're a Kings fan. Holy crap. All right. Well, obviously this is a big week for the Kings, eliminating their postseason drought and their playoff drought. Hell, let's eliminate a championship drought while we're at it. I'm just.
I like the way you're thinking.
Just roll with it.
Just like the way you're thinking.
I can guarantee you that's over.
See, we have the draft coming up on Thursday. We have free agency coming up. Free agency. That's not really something we've talked about it. Like we haven't really dove into it. Like and we've looked at Kawhi, he's gonna stay. Like a lot of the top free agents are player options. Most of them are restricted free agents, guys like John Collins, different guys like that. Yeah. But there are a handful of guys, like if you look at a list of like top free agents, like you have to go down the list a little bit to find like an unrestricted free agent who could just kind of go out there, pick a team and go play with them. Mm-hmm. I don't know how many of them are super appealing, but I do feel like there are some names out there that should be of interest to Monty McNair and the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, there's a handful of guys out there that, I came across that like, okay, well,
who's the top one? Like who's the one where you're like, okay, you've got my attention.
Well,
And remember,
that's a loaded question because the top one is probably like unachievable. And it's not. I'm not even talking about Kawhi or nothing like that. Like DeMar DeRozan.
oh yeah,
I would love to have him, but he's not coming to the Kings. So
you also got to remember that despite what Jermaine Dupri said, money is a thing, and we've got to be aware of that, and that's kind of going to be a part of the problem, even for some of these guys that we're thinking about here, who are a little bit lower on this top free agent list that we created.
Yeah. So when you talk about the list and you talk about realistic guys that you can go out there and get, I came across a guy, and I want to know what you think about him.
Mm-hmm.
A guy like Enes Kanter. He's unrestricted, might not be that expensive, might not be that picky about where he's playing. Like I say no to DeMar DeRozan because DeMar DeRozan's like, yo, I want to play for a championship now.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying?
He's talking about LA.
Yeah. Enes Kanter, you give him some type of guarantee, he may say, I'm cool with going to Sacramento.
We can get Portland's Enes Kanter?
I hope so.
Not Boston's.
I hope not.
I've always kind of dug Kanter.
He is what he is.
Defensively, right? Yeah.
Like he's not going to stop a whole lot defensively, but a part of defense is rebounding. I think he's a above average rebounder.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
He's a big dude.
Yeah, he's on the board. So, you compare that to somebody like a Porzingis who's 7'4" and doesn't really rebound at all. You know what I'm saying? Like he's not that. Enes Kanter 6'10", 7 foot. He'll get on the boards. You know what I mean? And finish around the rim.
Yes, but he's not gonna fix your defensive problems.
No, but I don't think
I just thought I'd point that out.
I don't think that for this particular Kings team, that's not where the defensive problem should start, or the defensive solution should start. It should start on the perimeter.
Okay.
If that was the case, then they would have been fine last year with Richaun Holmes. Richaun Holmes is a better defender than Enes Kanter, and it didn't matter, right? Like they were still terrible. I think where you start to get better on the defensive end is on the perimeter, and it's going to be Fox, it's going to be Halliburton, it's going to be whoever's at the three. Halliburton being a good defender, that's vital. That's vital because what do I always say about De'Aaron Fox, about Buddy Hield, and all this other stuff? Ideally, in a perfect situation, Fox isn't guarding your best perimeter player. Fox isn't the guy that is out there taking on your best defender. You know what I'm saying? On the perimeter. It's going to be your shooting guard, almost like Bibby and Christie when they were playing. Bibby didn't guard everybody on the perimeter. It was Doug Christie who was guarding the best perimeter guy. So if Tyrese Halliburton reaches that point where he's able to defend guys, as you can see, I'm here talking to myself. Well, I'm talking to you guys because Damian's internet hated on him again. But if Tyrese Halliburton can get to that point where he is a stopper on the defensive end, he doesn't even have to be like lockdown. I ain't even saying like all NBA defensive team. I'm not saying that. But if he's a guy where it's like, yo, he can hold his own late in games, guard ones, guard twos, and make them work, that's going to be huge. That's going to be big. But if he doesn't develop into that, and he's a turnstile on the defensive end, guarding people one-on-one, that's going to be a problem for the Kings moving forward because it's essentially the same thing you got with Buddy Hield. Now, Tyrese Halliburton defensive IQ and defensive instincts, especially off the ball, are a lot better than a Buddy Hield, so it won't be that. But it's going to be major to see what he turns into on the defensive end because when you talk about trying to be better on the perimeter, Tyrese Halliburton has a lot to do with that. And De'Aaron Fox, honestly, has a lot to do with that as well. You know what I mean? Like he can't be just a zero on a defensive end because he doesn't have the guys around him. He's going to have to show up on the defensive end right now. If you got Tyrese Halliburton, who is, let's just put it like this. So if we'll go scale of Doug Christie to Buddy Hield. Doug Christie is a 10 and Buddy Hield is probably like a 3. I'm not going to put him at a 0. We'll say Buddy Hield is a 3 and below Buddy is just atrocious. If Tyrese can get to 7, if he can get to 7 on the scale of defensive shooting guards from Doug Christie all the way to below Buddy Hield, I think that would be good enough. But if Tyrese Halliburton only gets to 5 on that scale, then he's only slightly better than Buddy Hield. I'm not going to say it's not going to work, but that's going to up what's needed from De'Aaron Fox on the defensive end, which I always say nobody else, no other superstar player in this league is asked to do that. None. Even when you talk about Giannis and what we just saw with him, Giannis is a really good defender, but he's an elite help defender. Giannis wasn't going out there and guarding KD. Giannis didn't take that challenge on. So as D'Lo's back on the stream here.
That happens again. I'm going.
Just come to the crib.
Just
come to the crib, man.
Okay, man. I'll be there at 4. I'll be there at about 4.
I don't know if you heard what I was saying, but I was, and I'd like to get your.
I apologize. I don't know what's going on, but I realize how ridiculously unprofessional this sounds. So I'm terribly sorry.
You are not in control of the internet or the power, so this is not. It's not anything that you got to apologize or that you really have control over. To be honest, so don't trip. But what I asked was, and before you froze out, I don't know how much you heard, but I was talking about the Kings moving forward and what they're able to do hinges a lot on what type of defender Tyrese Halliburton is going to be. And if Tyrese, I put a scale like this, I said 10 was Doug Christie, right? 10 as a shooting guard in Sacramento lore. Doug Christie's a 10. He took care of everything that Bibby and Page couldn't take care of defensively. I don't want to call him a 0 because I don't want to be disrespectful, but let's say Buddy Hield is a 3, right? And I'll just say Doug Christie to below Buddy Hield is a 0. If Tyrese Halliburton can get to a 7, I think we're okay. I think that's good enough for Fox to be able to still not, waste all his time and energy and strength on the defensive end. And to be honest with you, just like all these other superstars, we need a situation where he can hide out from time to time on the defensive end, not have to guard the best perimeter player. So if Tyrese can get to a 7,
sure,
I think that's good enough. But if he only gets to like a 5 on that scale,
but you need more.
The same problems.
I hear you, but you need more than 2 good defenders. So I think De'Aaron's I think De'Aaron can be a great defender, but we've been over this 1,000 times how he has to do everything,
right?
As you explained. But there's got to be more than De'Aaron and Tyrese, though, which is it goes back to the importance of this week in this offseason. No, you've got to have better defenders, which leads us back to Franz. Is that where we're going? Are we hopping on board the Franz train?
Franz ain't the answer.
Franz Wagner?
I'll tell you right now, Franz, you got defensive issues. Franz ain't the answer. Franz is not like, we got him, we're going to get better on defense. He's a good defensive player that can play with other good defenders, but he's not your catalyst.
Okay, so we've got the growth of Tyrese Halliburton, but there has to be a and attached to that for this team to be better defensively. Like we were talking about a god-awful team last year on the defensive side of the ball.
But the whole point of bringing up Tyrese is it all starts on the perimeter. So if you got Kai Jones or Evan Mobley at center, I don't want to say it doesn't matter, but the crux of the problem is you can't stop nobody on the perimeter. So getting a power forward or a center that can defend, if you still got the same issues on the perimeter, I don't see it getting that much better. Because I know he struggles like one-on-one, like in the post against bigs, but Rashawn Holmes is a good defender. Rashawn Holmes is a damn good defender.
Sure.
And it didn't matter. It didn't matter because the leak in the boat was on the perimeter.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of where I come from, singling Halliburton. And you can even talk about maybe I think Harrison is good. So at the 3 position, maybe you're good there. But that 1, 2, 3, that's your front line. That's where everything, to me, starts and ends, is how you're able to defend on the perimeter. And part of that is what Tyrese Halliburton is going to become as a defender.
Okay. I'm
because
with.
If he's closer to Buddy Hield than he is Doug Christie, we got the same issues that we're complaining
he's
about
not.
with Buddy Hield. He's not. But so here's the deal. I think he has better instincts defensively, so that allows him to do some things off the ball. He's in the passing lane. He does some stuff. But if he can't, at the point of attack, what do I always talk about? Make this collision and stop people. If he can't do that, he's going to be closer to Buddy than he is Doug Christie. And that's not okay.
No, I hear you, but I feel like he's already miles ahead of
maybe he is. Maybe, Will Z, the guys at the King Herald have studied, his one-on-one defense more than I have. When I think of Tyrese being a solid defender right now, it's more his off-ball, his instincts, his help side stuff that is what's putting him above a Buddy Hield level right now for me. I don't think of him as, he's got this guy at the top of the key. He can lock him up one-on-one and this is unfair. I'm not saying he's gonna be him or has to be him, but like a Drew Holiday. You know what I'm saying? I don't see Halliburton right now in that mold. Hopefully he gets there, but I don't see him like that.
And that's the other thing. How difficult is it to evaluate a defender on this roster? You know what I mean? The roster that we last saw, how difficult is it to evaluate defenders there because of how bad they are collectively?
Mm-hmm.
It's difficult. Like we talked about Rashawn Holmes. I know Rashawn Holmes on an all defensive team was important to him.
Mm-hmm.
Like he wanted, there was no chance he was going to make the all defensive team. There was no chance he was going to get consideration for an all defensive team because you can't have an all defensive player on a team that is all time defensively bad.
Right.
So it's tough to look at defense. You can always look at offense in, through a microscope. It's easy to look at offense isolated. You can look at a bad offensive team, but look at one specific player because so much of offense can be, at least certain players have the ability to create one-on-one and get baskets. Like that's easier to do. It's significantly harder on the defensive end to evaluate a player individually.
Right.
And so, Tyrese, that was one of the things that I think had us all glowing about him when the season started last year, were his defensive instincts that you just spoke of right there and his ability to adapt quickly as an NBA defender. Now, of course, with a year in the books now, it's got to be the old proverbial step, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's the next jump that Tyrese is going to make? And I think Tyrese kind of is what he is on the offensive end, which I think is solid. Like, I think it's good. I think where he can make his greatest impact on this particular team is on the defensive end. What I'm not sure of, though, is that to me, that doesn't fix the Kings' problems. It helps, but I still think you have to fine-tune the roster. You still have to clean up the roster more, because I know you've talked about, and we've talked about, the perspective of running it back with a draft pick. Like Mo probably gone. Assume Terrence Davis is gone.
Mm-hmm.
But, DeLon, not a lot of major acquisitions brought in. You got the draft pick, maybe even the second round draft pick, or maybe, one of the guys from last year gets called up and gets like real run on the roster this year. I'm not confident that that's the fix to be like, what's a barometer for success. We talk about being, 2 games better, 3 games better, or whatever to get into the postseason. Well, that I think you have to get out of the 20 to 30 range of being a defensively ranked team. You have to be a just below average team, I think, to make that.
Yeah,
and the average marker is 15. So if you get between 16 and I'll give them 20, I think you're in great shape. That's a 10 to 14 slot improvement.
Last year, we're talking about a top 10 offense in the league. And if they were 15 to 20, hell with the play-in, they're probably around the 6th seed, to be honest with you. They were just unbelievably awful on defense. And that's the balance that you're talking about they can't have. But my goal for this team if I'm Monty McNair, if I'm Luke Walton, I talk about Halliburton and all this other stuff. I don't really care where it comes from. The goal should be get to the point where we can hide De'Aaron Fox on defense. And I say hide, not to say that he's a bad guy on defense, but hide him. I said it a long time. It hit me like a ton of bricks. Look around the league. None of these top guys that are scoring are guarding. None of them. They're all tucked off in the corner, guarding your bogeys. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not even saying that to shade Bogey, but Bogey was like in the corner, catch and shoot. That's where all these guys are guarding. That's where the Kings have to get to, where De'Aaron Fox has enough defense around him where he can be that type of player.
More on the Kings and some other NBA rumors out there, including a trade piece I don't think we would have guessed would have been out there. We'll talk about that as D'Lo and Casey continue here on Twitch, on YouTube, on Odyssey, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
De'Aaron Fox didn't play for a long time at the end of the season.
Mm-hmm.
It was about 2-3 weeks.
Mm-hmm. I feel like it was longer than that.
I was looking for this game. I didn't realize he didn't for a while. Ben Simmons will help in that aspect. That's for sure. That is for sure. Damon, I made the long trek out to the Galleria yesterday.
Couldn't have gone up. Couldn't have gone. Yeah, that's a pop. That's a pop, bro.
Wow.
Did you find something?
I found something. I'm gonna still be looking, but I found something. This is just like if I have to, Jazzy, Viva Las Vegas. Take care, sweetheart. Love you guys. If I have to wear what I got, I'm cool. Like I'm good. I'm good, but I want to find a different hue, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I'm Navy.
Yeah.
I didn't want Navy.
Yeah,
I didn't want Navy. I didn't want Navy because
So,
Navy's dark. I wanted something like that.
And the crazy thing is, I found it wasn't exactly like that because that's what I was looking for too. I found this dope blue blazer on
Bruh. I let me remind you.
No, I'm gonna gut it out. It's good.
Oh, okay.
I'm good. Jazz tried to do the same thing. I'm good.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I can bounce
like
here, boom, boom.
Yesterday it was 87% humidity. I'm just
been there,
throwing it out there.
Like aftermath. You know what I'm saying?
I'm here to help.
I appreciate it. No, I'm good, baby. You know what I'm saying?
Bonte wearing. That's what the Bond. We gotta find out what Bonte's wearing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm okay with it. Like I said, I ain't playing 48 minutes. I would just be standing around drinking. So I'll be okay. But
okay.
Yeah. But I found something.
You're gonna have to go Miami Nights and go shirtless underneath.
It's not a bad idea, actually. To be honest with you.
I do a tank top.
Who that's like a Key Sweat Bobby Brown, you know what I'm saying? That's what they used to do. No socks, shirtless underneath, the blazer on.
You pick out the shoes?
No, I didn't yet. I mean, the shoes are gonna go white. They're not gonna be my pants aren't high enough for me to go no socks.
Okay.
I need a little time to get the show the Achilles on the pants.
Okay. Still going blazer. Damn. All right.
Yeah, blazer. Just throw it on. I'm moving slow. You know, I'm not running out there. I'm moving slow. Hey, what's going on?
You're under it. Okay.
Got the pastor rag in my inside coat pocket. Bring it out.
You underestimating the Georgia weather. But okay.
We used to we used to have the family reunions in Columbia. Georgia, DC, New Jersey, all about this time of year. And we had to dress up every time.
Mm-hmm.
And now, like I said, if I'm rushing, oh yeah, I'm gonna be sweating like Patrick Ewing.
Mm-hmm.
But as long as I got time. No rushing. I'm sit in the back of the car, chill, pop out. Hey, what's going on? How you doing, man? Hell, if me and Big Mike can handle my backyard on Saturday before the sun went down, then we're good.
Looking for sports betting content all day long? The BetQL network is now available nationwide on the Odyssey mobile app and a website, over 10,000 home and auto-connected devices, and at BetQLnetwork.com. This is wagertainment for every fan, morning, afternoon, and night. Betting angles throughout the day, insights from local and national experts, entertaining content to keep both casual and hardcore bettors engaged. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. BetQL Network, streaming now on Odyssey. Draft coming up just a couple of days from today. I think BetQL we've got a locked on special going on now. Obviously, you're gonna be tuned in to D'Lo and KC for sure. But you can always get some extra content from our folks over at Odyssey. They've got the Locked Ons Live 2021 NBA draft coverage. It begins at 4 p.m. our time this Thursday. It's available streaming on the Odyssey app and on Odyssey.com. I know Deuce and Mo are doing a show as well, so just multi-screen it. You've got the TV in front of you. You got D'Lo and Casey on the laptop. You got Deuce and Mo on the iPad or the phone or whatever it may be. We've got you covered for local draft coverage for sure coming up this Thursday.
Yeah.
Draft. Here's another, we were talking, and obviously a lot of the focus, especially over the course of the next upcoming days, is the draft. We don't really have to shift gears to free agency until next week. Monday, free agency starts. Hell, Friday, we can start talking about free agency. But there are, you always like the name Norman Powell.
Yeah.
He declined his player option. If I remember, I think the same time roughly, the Dame Lillard stuff broke, which actually wasn't anything. Nothing about Dame broke. Actually nothing happened. Similar to Aaron Rodgers. Nothing happened there. But this wasn't of Dame's doing. This was our own doing. Reading into social media posts and all that different stuff. But didn't Norman Powell decline his player option? And he's
a free agent. I think he's gonna get some money though, the money that the Kings don't have.
Oh, okay.
That's why I'd love to have Norman Powell. I guess
I didn't think he was gonna. He opted out obviously to get paid, but I didn't think he was money.
Well, I don't. The other thing about that is, I don't think the Kings are gonna have much money to do anything with. We've talked about how even if you don't sign Rashawn Holmes, that's not money you have to spend now.
Right.
That's just money that you had allocated to get to Rashawn Holmes if you were trying to get him to stay. So aside from that, I don't think they have a lot of cap room. So all these guys that like a Norman Powell,
and it should be pointed out, some of these guys who are opting out, it's a business decision. It's not necessary. It's not even that they're leaving in Norman Powell's case, it's not necessarily that he's leaving the Portland Trailblazers. It's that he can get a better deal. He could still stay with the Portland Trailblazers, but he can opt out of his one remaining year and lock up a long-term deal. You see that type of stuff all of the time, and that very well may be what Norman Powell is doing in the Portland Trailblazers. I would assume he's high on their priority list.
Yeah, but they're not going to have a lot of money either. So,
but they can go over for him.
Yeah, this is true. Now, can they go over for him with him opting out?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
It's a weird dichotomy of the NBA for sure. What do we just see here? Chris Dunn is picking up his $5 million player option for this upcoming season. That's according to Shams, and that is a surprise to absolutely nobody. Let me throw one more name at you.
Mm-hmm.
Victor Oladipo. Victor Oladipo is, well, his name is Victor Oladipo. We don't know. We don't know if he's the same Victor Oladipo that he was before. And I don't know what his market value would be. I don't know what he's looking for. Is he a name that's intriguing at all? Or is it just for, please forgive me, lack of a, is he just damaged goods? He's Victor Oladipo in name and name only.
Man, it hurts me to say this, but I think he's damaged goods.
I think so too.
Now, I think this goes for anybody. For the right price, would I take a chance on him? Absolutely. But yeah, I don't see much coming from Victor Oladipo.
That's unfortunate.
Career, right? Yeah. That guy was a really good ball player, man, and he just got this one of those, I don't want to say career enders, but a career altering injury when he tore that quad muscle, man. That was the final blow, really.
Yeah, and he's probably not even starting the season. He's in, and he.
Right. That's what I was about to say. Didn't he get hurt at the end of the season? That's why he didn't finish.
Yeah, he's out. He's out probably till November, December. Man. I mean, I think that's pretty optimistic timeline if you go November or December. So that's a tough roll of the dice. Of course, at the same time, it brings his signing value down. It's just that's the type of guy. Hell, Miami resigns or the Clippers sign. That's not a type of guy that the Sacramento Kings go after. So again, it speaks to the lack of, Monday's the start of free agency, but it's also, it is, but let's kind of hope for a trade or something, because there's not really a whole lot that's going to be happening outside of Chris Paul. That's what we're waiting to see.
Yeah.
Is the Chris Paul deal and what the ultimate effect there is. And, we'll get to some of the things that the Lakers are doing, which, I don't know that there's, I know we've talked about the Knicks because the Knicks have money. But we also should point out, and I know we kind of mentioned this in passing, his family is in Los Angeles. Mm-hmm. And when Oklahoma City worked the deal for him, the thing kind of was, I need to be somewhere close. I mean, I'm not going to the Clippers, but just try to get me somewhere along close to Los Angeles. Phoenix is close to Los Angeles.
Yeah.
New York, I don't have a map in front of me. I don't feel like New York is close to Los Angeles. Now, maybe that's a sacrifice that Chris Paul would be willing to make to go play, for the Knicks. But I don't feel like Chris Paul is going to play for someone for a year. I feel like wherever he's about to go, if it's not Phoenix, and I actually feel like this is the case if he's staying in Phoenix, I think whatever he does next is a 3-year deal. I don't think he's going to sign a 3-year deal in New York. I think that time is come and gone.
I could. Everything you're saying is valid, and I understand it. I could see him doing it for New York. One of the things that I will say, and I'm not in these positions, so it's easier said than done. But, it's 3 years. You know what I'm saying? If I was Chris Paul and I wanted to go to New York, and I'm talking to the wife and I'm talking to the family, it's 3 years. I'm not asking you to live the rest of your life here. We'll do this 3 years. We'll be back in LA for the rest of our lives. It's 3 years. We go to New York. Let's do this. It's not like you're going to be at PS 77 in Brooklyn, New York, in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn, going to school. No, you're going to like the finest school. Kids are going to the finest school. You'll live in the finest place, probably in New Jersey, on the other side of the Hudson. You'll be good. Like 3 years. I'm not asking you to be here for the rest of your life.
Yeah, I hear you.
Like, I would advocate.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, he didn't. I mean, what was it? I don't know this. I don't know. Chris Paul's family dynamic. I don't know if they moved to Houston and then after the Houston thing, just decided to move back to Los Angeles. I don't. Again, I'm not familiar with Chris Paul's family dynamic. If that's the case, if they did move to Houston and ultimately move back once the Oklahoma City stuff happened, and he's just like, hey, just go home. I mean, I think Chris Paul has done well in his career. I'm sure they can afford to keep their home in Los Angeles. They're going to be okay. He could feed his kids, as Charles Brewer would say. Hell, his kids think an actor now here, thanks to the State Farm commercials. But if that's the case, maybe it'll adjust my thinking a little bit in that, obviously the move to Oklahoma City, he knew right away was going to be temporary. He knew the move to Phoenix could potentially be temporary. And now he's in a position to where like, hey, we're going to go live in New York for 3 years. Maybe that's possible. Or it could be, I only have 3 years left on my career. I'm either going to finish it here in Phoenix or I'll finish it in New York. I don't think there's a lot of places for him to finish it at. And again, I don't think he's going to take a $40 million pay cut to go play in Los Angeles. I think what we're really talking about is Phoenix and New York. And I don't think we're talking about anything else for Chris Paul.
I agree. And
I guess the Lakers could trade with Phoenix.
They
right?
could.
Like if he signed with Phoenix and then they did some sort of deal, to get.
They could. So what I would be thinking, that's where Kenny, the GM, always comes in.
Oh dear.
I ain't helping the Lakers. I'm not helping this. I'm not helping you make this work.
Sure. Yep.
If you can't get it done, then no, we're not doing nothing.
Yeah.
So, but you're right. They could.
Normally, it's like, come on, Casey, just get some value back. But I'm actually with you in this sense because Phoenix is good, and I think Phoenix will be good if Chris Paul leaves. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not saying they're NBA Finals good, but they're not what they were the year before he got there.
No,
like they're a better basketball team now,
and they're not better than the Lakers.
And you don't want to
go to the Lakers,
but right, and you also don't want to bring money back because you've got the DeAndre Ayton situation that you've got to deal with. And you've got the Mikal Bridges situation that you got to deal with. And I don't know what that number looks like. I don't think Mikal Bridges is a max player, but is he 20 per?
That I heard somebody trying to say he's going to be about 20.
He's got to be.
And that,
somewhere up there.
The crazy thing about that is, not like Mikal Bridges. I liked him a lot coming out of Villanova. I wanted the Kings to take a look at him. And he's turned into a good young ball player. That's crazy if he's getting $20 million. To me, that's crazy if he's getting $20 million.
Value.
$20 million for Mikal Bridges?
Value to Phoenix versus value to the rest of the league. I don't know that Bridges gets $20 million in the open market. But does he from Phoenix? He might. And that line of thinking doesn't often work out for everybody. Yeah. Washington is a great example. Yes, Otto Porter Jr. is on line one. He was a great fit with Bradley Beal and John Wall.
Yeah.
And then he wasn't. And that contract's been, he's been sent to Chicago and.
Well, look here, and I'm going to tell you this, because Terrence brings it up. He's talking about HB getting 20. Harrison Barnes is better than Mikal Bridges. He's better.
Okay.
He's better. He's been better.
Yeah.
That's why he's getting $20 million.
I hear you.
Or if you think HB is overpaid for getting 20 and he's better than Mikal, then how the hell Mikal getting? Now, I know what you're talking about. I'm just
yelling at me for. What I was going to say was, Harrison got the 20 or roughly 20 here. He got it from Vlade. He got it from the Kings. And of course
Didn't he get 20 from Dallas too?
Yeah, I think he's got a couple of $20 million. I think
Yeah.
he got a couple of $20 million deals, but the extension he got here, that was his value to this team. Right? I think that's the same for Bridges. Like they can't afford to lose him. In my opinion, the Phoenix Suns can't afford to lose him. So if you're and even at that, what are you overpaying him by? For argument's sake, let's say it's 20. What, $3 million per year? 12 total? You're overpaying him? Like what is Bridges worth on the open market? You don't think he's worth 15, 16, 17?
No.
Really?
No, he's a good ball player.
Wow.
No, 15, 16, 17. No. He's good.
Wow.
He's good.
Okay.
If he was on the Kings, I'd want him on the Kings. That would be dope. On the open market, ain't no way I'm paying Michael Bridges $17 million a year.
Okay. Well,
Good ball.
I think Phoenix is going to.
No, they absolutely are going to. And to your point, that's for them. That works for them. That's a good look.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't know. The whole point was definitely wouldn't trade Chris Paul to the Lakers if I was Phoenix.
Right. No,
Yeah.
I hear you. Which
you got money
me,
issues you got to take care of.
To me, ultimately, like where I feel the Chris Paul thing lands, and the proverbial first shoe to drop, if you will, is he opts out and re-signs with Phoenix. That's ultimately what I think happens over the course of the next 5 or 6 days or so. I don't know. Mm-hmm. Maybe he talks to New York. Maybe I'm sure his people are already having conversations with different people around the league. But ultimately, I think it's kind of a run it back situation there with the Phoenix Suns. You listen to D'Lo and KC here on Draft Week on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. We're live on Twitch. We're live on YouTube. We're live on the Odyssey app, and we're live here on 1320 AM. We appreciate you for being with us. If you want to get in on the conversation surrounding your Sacramento Kings, you most definitely can. 916-349-1320. You can also jump in on the chat here at twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. A busy week. We mentioned free agency starting on Monday. Of course, the draft is coming up on Thursday. Training camps are getting underway here this week. Kyle Shanahan spoke to the media today. You'll hear a little bit of what he had to say as the show rolls along. But we're like that close from diving headfirst into football. Probably like a week away, a week and some change. Yeah.
I was thinking about it today.
We got a game next Thursday.
I know, right?
It's a Hall of Fame game.
It's crazy. Well, Hall of Fame game. How much of the Hall of Fame game do you watch?
Couple seconds.
Yeah. Like that's the least. That's probably the least to watch preseason game.
It's the worst preseason. Well, but it's probably not, because it's football and people are like, "Oh, football's back."
Oh,
and
yeah,
then you watch it for a few minutes and then
this
it's like,
is stupid.
Oh, I'm good. That's not Dak Prescott back there. Oh, no. That's not Ben Roethlisberger. Oh, I'm good.
I even say the final preseason game is more watchable, because at that point
you've got guys fighting for their jobs.
Yeah, and you kind of invested like, oh, I want to see Charlie Wilson Jr. You know what I'm saying, and see what he does, and if he can make a play to make the team. I like that boy, Junior.
Oh,
yeah. I
mean, Charlie Wilson is the Gap Band, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, okay. I was just making
sure. You dropped the bomb on me.
Yeah. Well, okay.
There was a. I think this is how the story goes, but on the Joe Budden podcast, when they would talk about stuff that was like awkward or whatever the case may be, like tough to talk about, whether it was awkward or sad or something like that, to make the transition, he would always drop the beginning of outstanding, because he was like, you can't hear outstanding and not turn into a good mood.
Oh, okay. I like that.
So you just drop that. And,
that's a bit worth stealing. I remember when Shaq ruined that song briefly. I recall that.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was all right.
It was okay. A lot of people have used that sample though. So
yeah,
I thought I Know I Got Skills was stronger than outstanding, but.
And I liked You Can't Stop the Rain, and I like playing on the east side, even though I was not playing on the west side.
That's later Shaq. Yeah.
I had a free agent though that we did not talk about.
Oh,
I want to know what you think about it. I want to know what the people think about it. We kind of used it as a joke before, and I think it's serious.
Okay.
Why we ain't mentioning Andre Drummond? I feel like Andre Drummond has fallen back into our price range.
Yeah. I don't have
if they sign Andre Drummond for like $8 to $10 million a year for like 3 years or something like that, I don't even know if he's getting that much.
Wait, 10 like over the 3, so 2 and 3, 3 per year? I mean, you mean 10 per year?
I'd be okay with 10 per year.
I
I don't think he's getting that much now.
I don't think he's getting a 3-year deal anywhere.
You think he's getting $10 million a year?
So I was looking at something that had like projected values for free agents, and I was specifically looking for Rashawn Holmes. I think it was the Ringer. It might have been the Athletic. I don't remember which one. I don't know who to credit. My apologies. But I know we talked about it the next day because it had Rashawn pegged in like the $18.5 million range. Of note, like I took a mental note of this, was Andre Drummond's. His was 15
million a year.
A year.
I ain't get 15 million. Well,
I don't think he's getting 15 million.
That might be the same place we all saw Hassan Whiteside, and he might be that same
may very
deal.
Well. Yeah. I read, I'm anxious for the explanation on this one because they, offered an explanation as to why they think Rashawn Holmes will get that. And part of it was he has a couple of suitors out there. And he could really benefit the guys who these aren't teams that are rolling over. Charlotte's a team that's trying to work their way up in the Eastern Conference. Toronto's trying to get themselves back on track. Obviously, Dallas is a playoff team. These are teams that they're not throwing their money away. You know what I mean? These aren't Cleveland's. These aren't teams like that. Drummond fell into the category of Dennis Schroeder and Montrezl Harrell. And as the latest group of LeBron James teammates who lost a significant amount of value this offseason. Now, that's not LeBron's fault because remember, LeBron James got Matthew Dellavedova paid. There's no in between with LeBron. He'll get you paid or you can't feed your kids. You're either Matthew Dellavedova or you're Latrell Sprewell. There's only two categories with him, which is so interesting, but it's funny. Yeah, I feel like Montrezl Harrell lost some value this year. Oh, man, it is like Dennis Schroeder lost some value this year. Oh, man, Andre Drummond was really supposed, man, you could just run down the Lakers roster and go, yep, y'all ain't worth nothing. You ain't worth, no. Yep, yeah, you lost money this year. I feel like Andre Drummond has, and I don't know why, I feel like he's kind of slid into the Hassan Whiteside category.
Or he's probably talking about he's the same as Hassan Whiteside. I disagree with that a lot.
Yeah, he's better, but I think what did Hassan got league
minimum?
Got vet minimum, right?
Vet minimum, yeah.
I don't think Drummond's going to get that, but I think he's going to get if he gets $10 million this year, I think it's for a 1-year deal. I don't think he's getting and this isn't. I'm just not talking about from the Kings. I'm talking about from any team in the league. He's getting a 1-year deal. Maybe it's propped up a little bit, but I mean, I don't hate it. I don't hate the idea. I don't hate it. He's fascinating.
Basically, for his career, he's 14.5, 13.7 rebounds and a block and a half a night, and he's like 20. He's like 27.
Do you have
Son is 30 something? Drummond is in his late 20s.
Do you have his isolated numbers with
the Lakers?
Yeah,
they were terrible. 11.9. Well, I said terrible. 11.9, 10.2 rebounds.
Okay, but what were they before he left Detroit? Weren't they 20 something?
Before his last year in Detroit, 17.8.
Oh, 17. Okay.
15.8 rebounds. Jesus. Okay. These guys are really sitting up here telling me in the chat and everywhere across the country, they wouldn't want 15 rebounds, 15 points a night. Now, I'm not saying you're getting that. I really believe Andre Drummond is going to rebound wherever he's at. Mm-hmm. He's going to rebound. So you're going to get a guy that's going to give you 10 to 11 boards a night.
Is he as exciting as Hassan Whiteside is? Can the ball hit him in the hands and then go flying into the crowd at the same time?
He's not, but he had some Shaqtin' moments this year. He had some Shaqtin' moments. I was like, yo, this guy Drummond is comedy.
I wonder what day on free agency Andre Drummond gets signed.
That's a good question. I was serious. If I was Monty, I'd be on him. I'd be kind of conceding that Rashawn Holmes is gone. And I'd be clearing up some money to try and make a run at Andre Drummond. That's a guy, regardless of what you feel about him, he's a legit starting center in this league. Legit starting center for a team that has playoff aspirations. If you're with the Lakers and you're trying to win an NBA championship, maybe you can't play Andre Drummond. But
why? Like,
I don't know. Well, with them particularly, they had on Anthony Davis, so it didn't work for them. But other than that, I mean, remember, we go back 3 months ago, Andre Drummond was the final piece in either the Lakers or the Nets puzzle to win an NBA championship.
Yeah.
And now people are like, Andre Drummond, I don't want. What?
Well, yeah, because we saw what happened when he. It's not like he didn't go to the Lakers or the Nets. He went to the Lakers, and it didn't. The Lakers got eliminated in the first round. LeBron lost in the first round for the first time ever. So all stuff is put into. Well, Dennis Schroeder's a problem. Andre Drummond's a problem. Montrezl Harrell wasn't good enough.
Is Frank Vogel the problem?
I did not understand the Frank Vogel hire to begin with. I think Frank Vogel's a really.
Damien says he's a really good coach. We're going to slide out real quick. We're going to get Damien back, hopefully before the next break. And we're going to talk some more NBA, some baseball, some on bios. I want to talk about all that. And Aaron Rodgers, of course, right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento's number one spot for sports talk here in Sacramento. Stilo and KC. Yeah, perfect timing. Just need to grab on them ears and say, woosah. Woosah. It's going to be all right. Securing the Bagley is on one today, man. Oh boy, angry at the world. Frank Vogel is not the problem. Okay. Securing the Bagley. I enjoy him. He don't really bother me, but he's one of those guys that comes off as he just likes to argue. Like I think if everybody on here started to agree and started to love Marvin Bagley, he would change his name to Securing the Walton and argue with people about that. Whoever we ain't feeling or whatever people got to say, he just want to argue. And that's okay. I like guys like that sometimes. Some would say it's me. Some would say I'm securing the Walton, but I might be the only one. How are we feeling about Jalen Johnson? I like Jalen Johnson. That was the guy that I first had the Kings taken in mock draft 1.0. He has some red flags. He has some things that I don't like. So one of the things that I see with a lot of these guys that gives me pause, like a Jalen Johnson, like a Jonathan Kuminga, there's another guy out there, is they don't shoot the ball very well. And I look at like free throws, for instance, right? I don't know what you're doing shooting 60-something% from the free throw line. That's a red flag for me personally. But you can get better at it. And Jalen Johnson can get better at that stuff and get better at his game. He's a tantalizing prospect for sure. If the Kings took him, I wouldn't be mad at that at all. Yo, KC, someone said let's trade Fox for AD because Fox can't be the first option. Yeah, I don't even know what they're talking about, Jay. I have no idea what that's all about. Securing the Bagley says, no, I just don't agree with all the points y'all make, and I shouldn't. Okay. You should have secured the Luka. We knew that one was coming. Oh no, that's who's securing the Walton. Jesse is Roddy. Roddy is securing the Walton. I have Rich, man. Brandon Boston, he was a barely highly touted prospect coming out of high school, had a rough year like a lot of those guys had at Kentucky this year. And if you could snag him in the second round or late in the first, get back in there late in the first, I would definitely take a shot on Brandon Boston. Absolutely. It ain't so. Okay. Yeah, it's your man Kenny Caraway here, back here on D-Lo and KC, ESPN 1320. Check us out on YouTube and on Twitch, and you can listen to us anywhere on the Odyssey app. Just put in ESPN 1320, click on D-Lo and KC. You can listen to the live show. You can rewind the live show. You can listen to the podcast. That's why I love Odyssey. I'm a junkie for that kind of stuff, right? Like I love me some radio, podcast, discussion. I love different POVs. We got a guy in the chat who's always here in the chat, a supporter of the show. So I always appreciate that. Securing the Bagley, right? And he pretty much argues everything that we have to say and people have to say in the chat. And I actually don't have a problem with it. I love securing the Bagley. It's all good because I love different POVs. I love different point of views. I think that's how you learn. I think that's how you sharpen your skills. If you're open to listening to different POVs, I think that's how you get better. So I say all that to say that's one of the reasons why I love the Odyssey app as well, because I can hear different points of views. I can hear, if I'm sitting up here talking about Aaron Rodgers, I can tap into Milwaukee radio and see what they got to say and maybe learn something from them instead of being like a Bart Scott and just saying whatever comes to the top of my head without listening to the people in Sacramento and what they have to say. So you can do all that on the Odyssey app. And if you just want more D-Lo and KC, you can do that at the Odyssey app as well. All right. So that's what's going on with that. I mentioned it earlier, and who said it in the chat? I got to find it real quick. It was Donald in the chat. And he said, KC, please don't come in here with Simone Biles slander. And I mentioned it a little bit earlier today. And I probably should do this before Damian gets here because Damian would probably chew my head off. I'll bring it back up when he gets in here. It don't matter. But Simone Biles, I love Simone Biles. I do. I love her talent. I love what she represents. She's not a bad person. Nothing at all. But she quit on her team. And that has to be acknowledged. And I feel like a lot of people are so busy coming to her defense, and with good reason. Come to her defense. I have no problem with that. And I don't say this to say, like, I don't like Simone Biles. Obviously, I like her. But she quit on the team. And the way she did it in the middle of the competition, from what I saw, that's a whole nother situation. The Tokyo Olympics coverage is just crazy. I'm almost out on the Tokyo Olympics because I'm so frustrated because I don't know what's live, what's a replay. I'm getting news all day long. Don't know when to watch it. I'm almost out on the Tokyo Olympics. It's ridiculous. I still don't even has the Simone Biles thing even come on TV yet? Or are we just seeing video clips? Or are we just hearing about it? I don't know. It's getting ridiculous. What Cuz said? Big Cuz, tell them what it is.
It's getting ridiculous. It's really ridiculous. Like, this is my city. This is ridiculous, man. Trust me, ridiculous. It believe in us. Even when we were like we were lost, the city still was like on our side. And
I pressed the wrong button. Don't worry about that. But it's getting ridiculous, man. I don't know what's going on with the Tokyo Olympics and the coverage. But when you talk about Simone Biles, from what I saw, they were in the middle of the competition. She was upset, disappointed with how her performance went, and she tapped out right there in the middle of the competition. Maybe she had a breaking point. We all know about mental health, all that. That was foul. That was foul. If I'm in that particular situation with it being a team competition, they're going for team gold and all this other stuff. That's a team event. And she quit on her teammates. If it was one of the individual things, that's her choice. That's what she did. I'm not going to crush her for it, but I'm also not going to act like that's not what happened. Like she quit on her teammates. That's kind of crazy. You know what I mean? So let's go to Skip on the phone line. Skip in Elk Grove. He has a little more to say about the situation with Simone Biles. I thought it was kind of crazy, but Skip, what you seeing, man?
Hey, well, first of all, what up, my man KC? I'm so glad I finally get to talk to you.
Man, me too, man. I appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, I try to spend my time on the YouTube, but I ain't working. But I'm back at work now, so it's hard.
So
I'm gonna put this in your ears because you specifically just talked about getting other points of view. Mm-hmm. So this is why I defend Simone Biles, because you see what's going on in the background. She is still being questioned repeatedly about the sexual abuse. Mm. The USA Gymnastics is woke washing the hell out of a PR machine to try to make it look like they're all inclusive and they are addressing sexual assault. They're trying to market that off of her back. The questions that she still gets from the media, all of that contributes to the mental issues that she's having. Mm-hmm. And you don't know when that's going to affect you. So I hear you. It looks like she's putting on her team. Yeah, she could have made this decision a month ago. I heard that from a friend of mine. We don't know that because we don't know what mental state she was in. We don't know what pressure is coming at her behind the scenes on top of what we do know is coming on her in plain view.
That's right.
I'm like, there's so much stuff that's happened in her life. I am not ever going to question her commitment to a team or anything because it's about time, in my opinion, she gets to focus on her. She's been focused on everybody else and getting taken advantage of by everybody else. I applaud her if she's truly going to focus on her, regardless of what it means for the rest of that team.
And Skip, that's 100% fair, man. And I appreciate you for the call, Skip. That's 100% fair. I have no problem with that outlook on Simone Biles, and she is under a lot of pressure to be the face of Team USA Gymnastics and things of that nature. I'm looking at what happened, and they were in the middle of a team competition. And here's the other thing that I think about. And once again, I can have a discussion. I can have an opinion. You guys can have an opinion. You can have a discussion. And it doesn't mean Simone Biles is terrible or a bad person or anything like that. It's just an opinion. But I look at a situation like that, and Simone Biles is verified. She is certified. She is a legend for life. She's a gold medal winner for life. I don't know. I'm not going to sit up here and act like I know everything about gymnastics. Maybe all these other young ladies have won gold medals and achieved their goals the same way. I don't know. But one thing I'm thinking about is what if they haven't, and this is their opportunity to win a gold medal, and their best chance at it is having Simone Biles on the team, and she quit on them. Now, the reason why she quit, breaking under, everything being on her back or whatever the case may be, that's understandable. I get it. I'm not going to sit up here and say, like, I don't get it. She just got to fight through it. If she had got to her mental breaking point and she couldn't go no further, it doesn't matter if it happened in the middle of a competition or last week in the States still. It doesn't matter. That was her breaking point. She has no control over that. But I think about the young ladies in that particular team competition who it may be their shot at getting a gold medal at the Olympics, something that they've worked for a long time. It's a tough look. It's a tough look. You know what I mean? And I love Simone Biles. I hope she, gets whatever was bothering her together, and not even for competition, but just for her own well-being. I hope that. But I'm looking at it like, man, that kind of sucks. Like if anybody else had done that in any other situation, we would have said she quit on the team. That's what happened here. She quit on the team. So I hope she's okay. I hope she gets it together. They still got a silver medal, I think. So, not all is lost. But that was tough, man. First and foremost, I hope she's fine. I hope she gets it together because, like Skip brought up, there is a ton of pressure on her to be the face and put on a smiling face for all of Team USA and everything that's going on, and to perform. And it seemed like she had her breaking point. I got to ask Jesse, am I out of line for this one, in your opinion?
Everyone's got their point of view. I mean, as far as mine, I saw, cause I wasn't like fully into this or whatever, but she saw like she just felt like she didn't have it. And if you don't, then yeah, you just you're done. I mean, what they're doing out there is pretty crazy, and they still got silver. So yeah, if she felt she didn't have it, then I mean, they still did fine.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Chiron saying I'm out of line here, saying that she did wrong. Jill, she said that she is only still going because she wanted to put pressure to protect the girls from assaults. Yeah, man. Look, I'm saying like this. Simone Biles, once again, she's verified, she's certified. She had her breaking point. If she had her breaking point, like I said, it was in the middle of the competition, and it could have been, I don't know, 3 weeks ago. Could have had a breaking point. Nobody knows where that breaking point is and when you're going to reach it. She reached it. She also stepped out. It's almost like one of the famous quitting moments in the history of sports. No mas, Roberto Duran, fighting Sugar Ray Leonard in the second fight. There was a lot of pressure on him to fight that fight, to get paid, stepping up for his country and everything else like that. He got in there. He had a breaking point. He said, no mas. He said, I'm done with this. Let a lot of people down. Fairly, unfairly, that's what happened. You know what I'm saying? And that's all I'm saying right here. I don't think Simone Biles let a lot of people down. I don't think it's nothing like that. They still medaled or whatever the case may be. But I looked at that and I was like, oh, man, that's kind of tough. That's a tough situation. Once again, if she did it in the singles competition, hey, that's her prerogative. That's enough for her. Doing it in the middle of the team competition, it's a tough look, man. That's a tough look. But like I said, I'm not going to come up here and bash her, but it's the biggest story out right now. Thought I'd talk about it a little bit and give my opinion. Once again, I hope Simone Biles is fine, gets herself together emotionally and mentally, and if she continues to compete, I'm gonna be rooting for her. That's the homegirl right there. If not, then I hope she takes care of whatever she takes care of, come back home and get right, and everything else gets right as well. So that's what's going on with Simone Biles. The San Francisco 49ers. Let's go there because we talked about it a little bit, and I'm starting to get some vibes here for the 49ers and what's going on with them going into training camp. And you guys know, with training camp, I'm really just a nervous wreck. I'm just a ball of nervousness when it comes to training camp. I'm in the fetal position when it comes to training camp more times than not, because all I want to do is make it out. These preseason games, especially since they don't mean anything, I just want to see people healthy. I don't care if Trey Lance and Jimmy Garoppolo throw for a quarterback rating of 2.3. I really don't. If they come out of it healthy, I'll be happy. I take that back. I would be upset if they completed no passes and threw a bunch of turnovers or threw a bunch of interceptions in the preseason. I would be a nervous wreck. I'd be out there looking like DJ Academics, right? But you guys get my point. More than just looking like superstars. I just need them to get to week 1 healthy. I need George Kittle to get to week 1 healthy. I need Fred Warner to get to week 1 healthy. I need Trent Williams to get to week 1 healthy. Deebo Samuels, Raheem Mostert, all these guys. I need them to be healthy because I've been thinking about this a lot lately with the 49ers and what they have upcoming. I'm not going so far to say they got the best team in football by any means. Not saying that. But I told you guys about a story that I had following the 2011 season, that first season with Harbaugh. And went into that summer. I was just kind of evaluating what was going on and was looking at what's going on. And it hit me like a ton of bricks. Like one day in July, I was like, oh, snap. The 49ers have the best roster in football. They should be the favorites to win the Super Bowl. And then there was like a certain level of pressure with that because it was, yo, they've got the best team. How can you not win with the best team? They have to win. They got the best team, right? That's the realization. And I'm not sitting here saying that's where I'm at with this team. I'm not here to say that they're the best team in football because I don't feel that way right now. But I look around and I look at what's going on with this team and this roster. And man, ooh, they got a shot. They got a shot. If the roster stays healthy, they got a shot. I feel like I'm being objective. A lot of you guys think I'm a homer with all these teams. I'm not a homer. I'm not apologetic for saying I'm a Niners fan. I want them to win. But when it gets down to keeping it a stack, you guys know I keep it a stack at all time. Same thing with the Kings and the Giants. I'll keep it a stack with you. I'll tell you that I hope I'm wrong. I'll tell you that I don't like Aaron Rodgers, but that boy can play. I don't like Devin Booker, but that boy is raw. I don't like Luka Doncic, but that boy is nasty. Okay? I'll always keep it a stack. And it means telling you my feelings and what the real is. So I ain't going to lie to you. The Niners, from what I can see, they got one question mark outside of health. And that one question mark is the secondary. That's the thing that worries me. Jason Verrett, is he going to be able to hold up for another season? Emmanuel Mosley, can he rebound from some of the tough times that he had? Jimmy Ward, can he stay healthy? What's going on with Jaquiski Tart? Very real and legit concerns in that secondary. I'm not sure if they got better enough. I know they had a couple of draft picks that were defensive backs, signed a couple guys. So the secondary really worries me. But aside from that, linebacking core is crazy with Greenlaw and Fred Warner. Defensive line, adding Bosa back to the mix. I love what I saw from Kinlaw. Eric Armstead, I think in a different role, he'll be all right. If Bosa gets over there and can help him out a little bit, take pressure off of him, I think that's where Eric is going to get back to the way he was 2 years ago or close to it, right? And like I said, as the season got along, Kinlaw got better and better. So the second year of Kinlaw. Defensive line may be the second question mark. Maybe the second question mark. But then you talk about the offensive line, they shored that up. Alex Mack, I like that pickup. Trent Williams, locking him up. Running back, deep. Trey Sermon coming into the staple, taking some of the load off of Raheem Mostert. Jeff Wilson Jr., when he gets back, love what he's doing. Jermichael Hasty, love what he's doing. They got the young man from the Giants. His name escapes me right now, but depth is what they have at the running back position. Wide receivers, Debo, Brandon Ayuk, and I'm going to put Kittle in there. I'm not going to say it doesn't get better than that, but that's damn good. It's like McQueen up in here. They don't have a lot, but what they have is damn good. When you talking about Debo, George Kittle, and Brandon Ayuk, a second year of Brandon Ayuk, woo, they eating over here. They eating. So Wayne Gilliam, Wayne Gallman, not Wayne Gilliam. Wayne Gilliam was an old NBA player. He was like a 6'7" center for the Sixers, I think, back in the 90s. And the only reason I know that is because it was on Bulls versus Lakers on Sega Genesis. So it's Wayne Gallman. So you put that together, and I'm a firm believer, unlike a lot of people, but I'm a believer if Jimmy is healthy, he's a good quarterback. He's a good quarterback. I don't know how anybody can look at Jimmy when he's healthy and say he's a bad quarterback. He's not bad. Is he great? Is he worth the money that he signed for at the time? Nobody's saying all that. But he's a good quarterback. He's not a scrub. Stop it, all the people out there who say that. Not a scrub, okay? So if he's healthy, I just laid out the weapons. I mean, let's just look at the offense. You got Kyle Shanahan calling the plays. And you got Jimmy, Kittle, Ayuk, Debo, Raheem Mostert, Trey Sermon. That ain't weapons? That ain't weapons? Come on, man. And that's before I get into any of these guys that, were OTA standouts, whether you're talking about what's my man's name, Johnson, the running back or the wide receiver out of Tennessee. You talk about him. I don't really think they didn't really replace Kendrick Bourne the way that I wanted him to. They didn't really replace him like that. But now you're getting Debo and Ayuk along with Kittle together. So you got all these guys. Maybe a rookie steps up for you or whatever the case may be. But I don't know, man. We're getting closer and closer. And one of the reasons why I know we're getting closer is, see, there's a body clock. There's a sports body clock that I think we have as sports fans. And we have it all year round, right? So that's one of the reasons why football doesn't work in March, right? Because we're talking about March. That's time for college basketball. Our bodies, our minds aren't trying to see football. That's why they need to make sure they stop at February. They've already gone too far with these extra weeks. They're probably going to add another one and then add another playoff team or whatever the case may be. But they need to be careful because the sports body clock is like, yo, it's March. I ain't trying to see football like that, right? So I got a body clock that says late July after my birthday, yeah, it's time to start putting a little focus on the NFL. Training camps. People are going to training camps. I used to go on family reunions every other year to the East Coast, right? We would go to Columbia. We go to Georgia. We go to New Jersey. We go to D.C., and it was always the last week of July. And the last week of July always coincided with the start of NFL camps. And I would go and I'd bring my little reading material and all that. And I'd have all these football preview magazines that I would read on the plane and read. I was a young Kenny Caraway. So, I wasn't driving. So my mom would be driving around and I'd have my magazines and I'd be looking. And it's that time I'm getting them vibes. My birthday was last week. And my body always says after the birthday, it's time for training camps to start. And I'm getting there. I'm starting to look, they're going down to Santa Clara. Preseason's around the corner. 5:00 Saturday afternoon football. Come on. It's all there. It's all what we're used to. And it's starting to happen for me right now. So that's what I just want to get off my chest. I've been looking at these Niners. Andrew Sterling, that's another guy I forgot. Jalen Hurd. Now, he's a guy that I don't rely on at all. I don't think Jalen Hurd, maybe it's a defense mechanism, but Jalen Hurd, as tantalizing as a wide receiver as he could be in a Kyle Shanahan system, he hasn't been healthy his entire career, whether it was his back, whether it was a torn ACL. I can't rely on him being healthy. But let's just go to a fantasy world with you real quick, Andrew. And let's say Jalen is healthy and he's able to play. That's another big-time weapon for the 49ers. You want to talk about tantalizing. The thought of Jalen Hurd in that offense with those guys, tantalizing. So that's another guy that I'm looking for. A guy, Roddy, when I talked about Jimmy G, he says he's not a scrub, but it gave away all their first rounders to replace him. Okay, no, he's not a scrub. Roddy, it's not about him. He's not a scrub. But is he worth $25 million right now when you have to sign Fred Warner, when you have to sign Nick Bosa? No, he's not that. You can go get a cheaper version of Jimmy Garoppolo. Not a scrub. There's a difference between a scrub and doing things for financial stability, financial flexibility, as our guy Monty McNair would like to say. So, yeah. Leezy wants to know, am I going to any games this season? There's a lot of things in the works, man. A lot of things in the works, a lot of different things that could be going on with D'Lo and KC. So, well, really with KC, right? Because I'm going to be doing pre and post for the 49ers here on ESPN 1320. And sometimes I may be down there at Levi's. I may be at an establishment. I may be at home. There's a lot of things we're working on. So, short answer, I will be at the games. I think for sure, though, I'm going to be at Niners Raiders in the preseason. Crazy thing about that is I was hoping that was like a Saturday evening game, and it's like a Sunday afternoon 1 p.m. start. Who knows how hot it's going to be at Santa Clara then. So I'll be there then. So we're going to dip out real quick, come back, talk some more Kings. I got to talk about the Niners, man, or excuse me, the Giants. Big series popping off right now. So we'll go to commercial. We'll be back on the other side. It's your man, Kenny Caraway. D-Lo will be back soon. I'm hoping. D-Lo and KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Yeah. I had that. I got the clock. And then worst case scenario, Jesse would have said, go to commercial 43. Let's see. Hey.
How do I sound? Do I sound all right? Yeah,
there we go.
I
got you.
How do I sound? Does it sound okay?
Fine. You sound fine. You sound like you're on like a device, but you sound fine.
Hang on one second. Jesse, can you check this? Or actually, everyone in the stream, does this sound like trash? There's an outage out here, so this is kind of it's either this or nothing.
And hey, anyway, we got Damien here. It's all good, man. The people just want to hear you. They don't care.
All right.
How it is, man. They just want to hear.
It's what we'll have to do, I guess. It's a full-on internet outage. I'm gonna hit the connect button over here on the Comrex, and if it comes back, and we'll try to make it work. But
for sure. Do a little behind the scenes stuff. I gave my Simone Biles thoughts.
Okay.
Do you want to hear them now, or you want to hear it on the show? People were talking about it. We got a call about it. So
okay.
You wanna do it back?
No, yeah. Tell me what they were now.
I just said I love Simone Biles.
Mm-hmm.
She's got a lot of pressure on her. I understand that, but it was a team competition, and she quit on the team. And maybe she had her breaking point. It's like, I can understand. When you have a breaking point, it don't matter when it is. It doesn't care like the timing. If it's in the middle of a competition or if it's 3 weeks ago, that's the breaking point. You have no control when it happens. But it was rough to see for me because it was a team situation. And those girls, I don't know their situation, but maybe that was their one shot at a gold medal. And she left in the middle of the competition. And that's all I said. I didn't kill her.
I got you.
Kill her. I love Simone Biles. I hope she's fine. I hope everything's good. But if anybody, we talking about it right now, if Aaron Rodgers would have walked out on the Packers in the middle of the NFC Championship game, we would have lambasted him. We wouldn't want to hear mental health, right or wrong. We would have crushed him. And all I'm saying is that's pretty tough for that to happen at that time.
Okay. Let's just go back to basketball. Let's just ride with hope. Yeah. You got to lead though. I can't hear Jesse, so
I got you.
Yeah, you just lead everything.
Yeah.
Jesse, when we get, I don't know if Jesse can hear me or not. When we get back on, will you text Danny that I figured something out?
Can you hear him, Jesse? He said he got you. Oh man.
I need a vacation.
He's coming. We coming back right now. Back here on ESPN 1320, D-Lo and KC, Sacramento's number one spot for sports here in Sacramento. And I'm not alone anymore. Hell or high water. Damien's back.
That's pretty much what it is, man. Hell or high water, maybe a little bit of both. Maybe a little bit of both, man. But it's a big week, man. I can't lay out on you. I can't give you the floor to talk about the 49ers for the next 3.5 hours, man. We got too much to talk about for the next 2 hours. We got too many other things to talk about.
Well, like I said, I laid out that I'm not at the place where I was in that was the summer of 2011, I think it was. Or was it the summer of 2012? I don't know. But when I said after Harbaugh's first season, I said, oh my gosh. Niners are the best team in football. I'm not going there this summer. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is, like McQueen, they can be damn good. That's all I'm saying.
Could be. Well, the hope is that the Sacramento Kings are going to be damn good. And it starts Thursday. At least we think it starts Thursday. So we talked about Franz a little bit earlier. We've talked about some of the different things that the Kings need to do moving forward, with the ultimate goal, obviously, of they just got to be better, right? That's what we're talking about. Get better as a basketball team, whether that's through the draft, whether that's free agency, whether it's through trades, whether it's through a combination of all of those. But I do need to point out to you, and I alluded to this earlier, and I know you're aware, Franz seems to be gaining some steam with Franz got a Mac Jones vibe to him here as it pertains to the Sacramento Kings. And I don't mean Mac Jones in terms of your frustration with that potential selection. What I mean by Mac Jones is it sure feels like a lot of mock drafters are leaning in the Franz Wagner direction. And we talked about that as it pertains to defense, kind of the, I don't know, man, the workhorse. Like, I don't know how to categorize like a Monty McNair type. You know what I mean? So it feels like a lot of people are leaning in the Franz direction, and those are some of the reasons why. And I'm wondering, are you ready? Are you ready to welcome Franz to the Sacramento Kings?
I mean,
you gonna pick him up at the airport?
I ain't picking him up at the airport. I ain't doing that. All right. But if he comes, first of all, he's a Michigan man. Shout out to my man, Franz Wagner, did what he did, helped that team get to the Final Four. You know, I got love for that. All right. But I ain't picking him up at the airport. He not the answer at number 9. And I'm watching this closely because he ain't on my mock draft. He ain't.
I know he's not.
When you get to mock draft 5.0, I'm gonna be looking at this closely. I'm gonna be looking at it closely. Because all these people, all these mocks has been going on. At this point, he better be the pick at number 9. Because I ain't listening to nothing. I ain't listening to none of y'all say again. Because they've been talking about Franz Wagner move at 9. Look like he'd move at 9. They've been saying it for a minute. He better be at this point. Because I don't know. At this point, if y'all get this one, I don't know why the hell I would listen to you again.
See, okay. This is Mac Jones all over again. You're getting all worked up again, and the selection hasn't even been made. So what I'd like to remind you is how many mock drafts had Tyrese Halliburton there at number 12 last year? I'm sure there's some. I don't remember them.
Probably none.
I don't remember having extensive discussions about Tyrese Halliburton last year, but mock drafts are there for us to click on. They're for us to read. They're for us to listen to. It's not a knock on anybody that does them. It's certainly not a knock on Kevin O'Connor at The Ringer or Chad Ford at ESPN. It's not a knock on anybody at the King's Herald who really likes Franz. It's nothing like that. The idea is to get us to click on the link and to read about it. The idea is for us to learn more about Franz Wagner, or for us to learn more about Kai Jones or Jalen Johnson or some of the other, potential picks that are out there. And ultimately what it boils down to, man, we don't know. Like what we've read Franz. We've read Moses Moody. And we've read the Kings are trading the pick. We've read all of those. Hell, I read all of those today. Those were just things that I read today. So, like, you've got to take this mock draft stuff for what it is. Like, we want you to tune in and listen to our show. We want you to watch the show on Twitch and YouTube. We want you to see all the horrible things that go on behind the scenes when we're on commercial break. Sometimes it doesn't even wait for a commercial break. Sometimes it happens right in the middle of a segment. You can watch all of that unfold on YouTube and Twitch. We want you to see that. These mock drafters want you to click on their mock draft and read what they say about all of these individual players. That doesn't mean it's going to happen. Everybody had a reason why Mac Jones was going to the San Francisco 49ers, and he didn't. Everybody had a reason, including his personal little puppet, as to why Aaron Rodgers wasn't going to show up for training camp, why Aaron Rodgers and the Green Bay Packers were done, why Aaron Rodgers could potentially retire. Aaron Rodgers has the same agent as Carson Palmer. All of these different little scenarios, which all resulted in Aaron Rodgers showing up on day one of training camp. You still watched the clip. You still clicked the link. You still read the article. You did all those different things. That's what mock drafts are. They're the same exact thing. The bottom line is we have no idea what Monty McNair is going to do. We have no idea what the other 8 general managers are going to do. The Detroit Pistons are really trying to sell us on they're not drafting Cade Cunningham. Does anybody believe that? After a year of talk about Cade Cunningham, does anybody believe that they're actually not going to draft him?
No, that's crazy talk.
Exactly. So there's smoke screens from general managers, from teams, and all of that different stuff. And ultimately, Franz, from what I've read about Franz, what I saw that I can remember, certainly the clips that I've seen, he's a fine player. Do I think Franz by himself is the difference between the Sacramento Kings being, hell, we keep talking about play-ins, playoffs, and all of that different stuff. Give me a 500 team. Is Franz the difference between the Sacramento Kings being 500 and not being 500? Man, I don't think so. I don't know that, to be fair, though, I don't know that player exists in this draft at number 9, but I don't think that that's Franz either.
So here's the deal. We're splitting hairs when we talk about this, because is Franz going to get them the difference between 500 team or not next year? No. Is Moses Moody next year? Probably not. Is Jalen Johnson next year? Probably not. Kai Jones, Keon Johnson, all these guys? Probably not. Moving forward, though, they, in my opinion, they have a much higher ceiling in what they could become than Franz Wagner. And that is what probably bothers me the most. Mm-hmm. Franz Wagner, the way I see him, will never be any more than a role player in this league. That's just how I could be completely wrong, obviously. Mm-hmm. But I don't see, this guy, it's Franz Wagner will, in my opinion, he'll never be better or as good as Mikal Bridges. He'll never be a guy where it's like, we might pay this guy $17 to $20 million a year. Can I see Moses Moody being Mikal Bridges? Absolutely. Okay. Absolutely. So if you're in a situation like that where you're like, this guy probably is never going to reach that level. Mm-hmm. And they got another guy here who I'm not sure if he can reach that level or not, but if everything goes right, I can see that happening. I'm going with the guy that has the higher upside. So
are you?
Go ahead.
Are you upset if they select Franz?
I'm disappointed. Upset was Mac Jones. I'm not that. Right? I'm not upset. And Franz will get here. Hey, I'll welcome him. Let's see what he got. California Classic, Vegas Summer League. See what he is, because he's not a bad player. Like, I never look at Franz Wagner as a bad player. I don't think he has a lot of potential, but I don't think he's a bad player. He's going to be a guy that's going to be in the NBA, and he can do things that can help a team win games. Mm-hmm. But it's a little deflating when you got a guy, like I said, in Moses Moody, if he's still there, Kai Jones, Jalen Johnson, who has the potential to be so much more than what I think Franz Wagner could ultimately end up being. They may never get there either, though, too. That's why the draft and all this is an inexact science.
he really feels like a Monty McNair kind of guy. I mentioned this just like quickly earlier. I want to elaborate on it for a second. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damien Barling. We appreciate everybody with us on the Odyssey app on 1320 AM, and of course everybody watching on Twitch and YouTube as well. We feel like Monte has a guy that Monty's got a type. He likes the high basketball IQ guys. He likes defensive-minded guys. He likes guys who could be scrappy and work a little bit. Now, one of the feelings that I led a little bit more credence to mock drafts than I normally might is that I kind of feel like Franz might be that kind of guy. Question I have for you, go ahead.
No, I was going to say I actually kind of disagree with that. I don't think Franz is completely a Monty guy, because I think Monty looks at guys that are almost positionless, long, 6'8", whatever, but they can also shoot the three. And that's where Franz lacks. And that's where you see somebody, and that's kind of where Jalen Johnson lacks, and that's where Moses Moody. I don't know if really Keon Johnson really fits that mold either. But I don't.
So the weird thing about Franz, he was a better three-point shooter his freshman year than his sophomore year.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't, and not even like kind of better, like he was significantly better his freshman year. If I remember Brandon Nunez's article correctly, I think he went from like maybe 39% to 31%.
Mm. And the thing comes to my mind when that first happens is he might have grown.
Okay.
That might have been an issue for him that second year.
So let's take a Monty guy out of the equation and focus more on a defensive guy, because we agree on that. That's Franz's strong suit, is defense. Obviously, the Kings need work on defense. We talked about, and you mentioned this earlier, if you had this roster for an entire year last year, maybe things would have been a little bit better. DeLon Wright, Terrence Davis, Mo Harkless, maybe two of those three aren't going to be back this year. But defensive-minded guys, if Monty continues down that trajectory this offseason, and even if we're talking about signings like Terrence Davis or trades for guys like Terrence Davis, you bring in those defensive guys. Question I have for you and everybody else, is Luke a defensive coach? Like, can Luke get the most out of, you talked about Tyrese Halliburton. I think that's another point worth bringing up. You talked about Tyrese Halliburton earlier and how, one important step for the Kings as a team is what step Tyrese takes on the defensive side of the floor this year. Okay. Is Monty the right coach for that? Like, can Luke coach defense? The worst defensive rating in the league last year says no, but yet we'll all acknowledge that was a bad roster. It was a really bad defensive team. Like, it was hard to put everything that happened on the defensive end solely on the shoulders of Luke Walton and the coaching staff last year. There's the famous line that can we stay in front of them for two dribbles? There's the line that you like to reference a lot, that Luke said in a press conference, something along the lines of, we don't know if what we're teaching is right because they're not executing it in the game. It was something along those lines, right? Okay. So I think it's worth bringing up, though, even with a potential roster retooling, or maybe a potential roster overhaul, is Luke the guy who can make this team better defensively?
Well, I'll just harken back to some of the defensive numbers, and if our guy Will Z is still here, if we have him in front of us, maybe we can work on that. But they played better defense after the trades were made, and they got guys who aren't world beaters. They're not great defenders, but they're competent defenders. When you talk about DeLon Wright, Terrence Davis was a willing defender. Mo Harkless was a guy that we talked about that we needed. It even got to the point where they were out there playing with Buddy Hield, and we were like, yo, Buddy's not inability to play defense, and it doesn't even matter right now because he has guys around him that are defenders. I think and this is where I come back to saying, if he has the personnel, I think he'll get the most out of that personnel and they'll play good defensively. Hell, the year before that, when they made deals to get better defensive personnel out there, getting your Basemores, your Lens, switch Bogey out into the starting lineup, put Buddy on the bench. They played better defense then. So to answer your question, yeah, I think he absolutely can teach defense, but I don't think he's this great defensive mind where he could take anybody and play defense. He needs his players. And maybe that's the difference between average coach and a great coach. Maybe the great coaches can take anybody and mold them into what they want. The average coaches can't do that. They need guys that are kind of self-sufficient in that respect. So I think he can, but you got to get the guys out there that are willing to do it.
Okay. I mean, is this a 50-50 split on blame that we're assigning for the poor defensive effort from the Sacramento Kings last year? 50-50 meaning roster, coaching staff? Not for me, but I know you're going to put it mostly on the roster.
Yeah, on the players. And players is out there playing bad defense.
Okay. I'm not going to argue that too much.
Also, we have a guy that was supposed to be the defensive coordinator who was verified out here, and Kalamian, who is respected everywhere he goes. And this is the one place that he can't get it done. It says more about the players that weren't executing than it does somebody like a Rex Kalamian.
Okay.
So I think I look in this draft, if they keep that pick, I really believe they should go for best player available and not look at, this guy, Franz is a better defensive guy. You know what I'm saying? And Will Z got the numbers for us. He says Kings defensive rating before the trade deadline was 118. After the trade deadline, it was 113.9. So they improved when they got guys that had a pulse on the defensive end. These aren't defensive players of the year. These are guys that had a pulse and were like, I'm not going to let this guy just blow by me like it's okay. Step into the lineup and play a little better. So that's a sign that if you get a different personnel in here, to me at least, if you get a different personnel, you can improve on the defense by that alone. But going back to what I was saying, if I'm Monty, I'm not looking at it like, Franz is supposed to be this good defensive guy. I know Moses Moody is a better player, overall player, but we need defense, so I'm going to take Franz Wagner. I don't think that's what they should be doing.
I got you. And I think one of the things a lot of people don't put Moses Moody there at number 9 for is because they don't have him there at 9. Like they have him gone before then. They have him being drafted before then. But it also would mean someone in your draft who you have above, who you have taken 6 through 8 has fallen back a little bit that you would rather take than Franz anyway. So it's, again, everything you read, everything you hear, take it with a grain of salt, including this rumor. This was an interesting one. And I don't know if it's a rumor or a report. Did you see SGA is suddenly available?
Yeah, Oklahoma, I did see that.
Like,
I don't know where that came from.
I don't either. But that was all over the place this morning that the Oklahoma City Thunder are, they're looking around. They're having some conversations. Oklahoma City is a team. I think we talked about this yesterday, and, we'll continue to talk about it leading into Thursday because it seems to be one of the big talking points is they're trying to get into the top 6. They're really trying to get into the top 5. Excuse me. They're trying to get into the top 5. And again, not something I thought would be a part of the conversation. Apparently SGA is a potential bargaining chip. He has the ability to sign, a 5-168. And I thought he was the corner. I thought he was the guy building around here. Right. I don't know what Oklahoma City's timetable is, but I sure was surprised to see that SGA has been mentioned in trade discussions over the course of the last few days. Again, if you believe these reports, that one's out there.
And it's just a reminder that everybody's got a price, man. Everybody got a price. And SGA trading him essentially. I think another pick was, proposed in there as well, but trading him for the number 1 pick in Cade Cunningham. Man, a lot of people like Cade Cunningham a lot. I think he's good. I think he's pretty damn good. I don't know if he's as good as some of these people are putting it out there. Like he can go. Would I trade? I don't think I would trade. I'll put it to you like this. I don't think I would trade De'Aaron Fox for the number 1 pick.
Oh, I wouldn't. Mm-mm.
But essentially, Belo and JC in Oklahoma City are having the same discussion. Like, yo, you would trade SGA for the number 1 pick? Like that's kind of, that's kind of crazy.
Well, it brings to my original. What's the timetable? Like, what is it? Like, what is Oklahoma City's timetable that they are allegedly willing to move off of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander? Because to me, he's the guy you're building around. But I guess.
And if you get Cade Cunningham, that's not going to accelerate your timetable, because now you got a rookie at 19.
Exactly.
Well, nothing.
Right. And it's a similar situation as Colin Sexton. Colin Sexton in Cleveland. Cleveland has, Cleveland is a struggle bus, but they have assets. And you figure Colin Sexton is I guess with bad teams, it's to, bring it home a little bit. It's the De'Aaron Fox conversation. Are you willing to pay a guy who you believe to be really good, like De'Aaron Fox, $168 million or whatever it may be, on a bad team and hope that you can build around him? That's a question I think Cleveland has to ask about Colin Sexton. It appears, at least early reports are, the answer for that is no. They're not. In the case of Oklahoma City, it's the same thing. It appears that the answer is no. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is not a guy that they're willing to invest $168 million in.
So, and then that begs the question, is he really available, or is he just available under certain circumstances?
Well, I guess we would find out, because if no deal is done before Thursday, aren't you signing him to that 5-year deal? I mean, I guess I manipulated your question a little bit. Is the circumstance only the draft? Like, is the circumstance in which Shai Gilgeous-Alexander available? Is it Cade Cunningham and nothing else? Is it top draft picks and nothing else?
It's number 1, Kevin Durant, Giannis, and that's it. You know what I'm saying? Those are the only people that would be in a trade for him. And trust me, I know all about that, because I traded a guy that I love in Tyrese Halliburton yesterday for Brandon. There's only a certain amount of people who I would even consider trading Tyrese for. And maybe the Thunder are looking at it like that, where it's like, yo, we love SGA, we want him here, but we'd be foolish not to entertain the idea of if we can get the number 1 pick, or if we can get Giannis, or whatever, Jason Tatum, guys like that, like top level guys. There's only 10 guys like out there probably in the league like that we would trade SGA for. And that's understandable. It's understandable.
What do you mean?
That's understandable that,
like, SGA being being a part of a trade package for
certain people.
But like Game, Bradley Beal maybe, but for Cade Cunningham, and that's not a knock on Cade Cunningham. It's just like, that's like, there's like, Oklahoma City hit a reset button. You move on from Shai Gilgeous-Alexander to get Cade Cunningham, all these other draft picks that you have over the course of the next 20 years or whatever it is. You hit the reset button, unplugged it, moved it to an entirely different outlet, plugged it back in, held the power in, the reset button down at the same time. You're doing the hard reset.
Yeah, well, they're definitely doing that. And then
I should know. I just did it with my internet.
Well, I said they're blowing into the cartridge as well to make sure.
That's what they are. They're hitting the Nintendo box trying to get it to work.
The interesting thing about that is, because there was always this debate of Trey, Fox, Ja, and SGA, and I always thought SGA was not on the level of Fox, Trey, and Ja. Just because people were like, look at his numbers, look what he's doing. Like, well, he's doing it with Chris Paul. You know what I'm saying? Chris Paul is a huge reason why he's able to just go out and do whatever he wants. He doesn't have the same responsibilities of a De'Aaron Fox or a Trey Young or something like that. And that could be how Oklahoma City looked at it and said, yeah, he's good, but if we can't get somebody else in here to take the load off of him 100%, it's not franchised like that. You know what I'm saying? Franchised by himself. And I don't know. That's interesting because before he went down last year, he was a good ball player. I don't want to say he surprised me because I knew he was good, but he was answering some of those questions that I had when Chris Paul was there. Like, yo, can he do this by himself? Can he lead a team by himself? And they weren't great. They weren't world beaters. They're about the same places where the Kings were, but he was answering those questions on some night that he could do that. So.
Okay, we'll come back. We'll talk more NBA rumors. We'll talk more draft. We'll dive in a few other things pertaining to the Sacramento Kings as well as dealing with KC. Continue here on Twitch, on YouTube, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Yep.
I know you got the 13th round. Hang on. I think I'm connected back here. Connected. Let's see.
There's two of you now. There we go.
Let's get that. You can pod me down.
Got you on
and then hopefully we're back to normal.
There we go. All right, little 13th round action real quick here. There's not a whole lot going on, but there are a couple of things. Well, one thing in particular that I wanted to touch on. Now, I don't want to go too deep into the weeds. Maybe we break this down a little bit more tomorrow when I got a little more information on it. But reports are coming out now after last week. It was like, yo, looks like Canelo is going to go sign a one-fight deal to fight Caleb Plant. That deal is going to happen. He's going to fight in September. All of a sudden, in the 11th hour, according to Mike Coppinger, that deal is off. That fight ain't happening. And Canelo may look elsewhere for a September 18th date. I don't know what happened here, man. I really don't know what happened. I don't know who to blame. It feels like everything was good to go. Feels like everything was, okay, we got this taken care of. This is hashed out. One fight deal, whatever the case may be. We're good to go. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, it ain't happening. What it tells me is, there was a lot of fake hustle going on out here, man. There's a lot of capping going on last week because I don't know how it could be that close and then all of a sudden it's just off. Like, what if it's that close? Like, it's not a money issue because you're not that far apart on money and everything is good. If you're telling me last week that he was good with a one-fight deal with PBC was good with a one-fight deal with him, how all of a sudden did that not happen? There's really nothing else to hash out that would break the fight. Those are the two things: the money both fighters are getting, and how long you're going to be under the PBC umbrella. So I don't know. Like I said, I want to do some more research into this whole situation, but it's either somebody backed out at the last minute or there was a lot of capping going on last week with the reporting. My guess is there was a lot of capping going on with the reporting. And when I say a lot of capping going on with the reporting, that means Mike Coppinger was getting his info from somebody like on the Canelo side. And I don't want to make it like Canelo. It's more like an Eddie Hearn type deal. Eddie Hearn side. And it fell through. How many fights has Eddie said was about to happen, was about to go down, and they fall through last minute? Damn near all of them. So, and PBC don't work that way. PBC, you don't really hear too much. Then all of a sudden, boom, fight finalized. Typically how things go. So when you hear it and it falls through, my first inclination is to say Eddie Hearn botched another one. David says, I wonder if Caleb Plant doesn't realize he's the B-side. I don't think that's the case, because if they're as close as they were talking about last week, the money wasn't the issue no more. Everybody seemed to be fine with the money, the contract, the time he was with PBC. It seemed to be all good. Then all of a sudden, it's just done. It's gone out of nowhere. I'm leaning towards Eddie. That's the 13th round.
Thirteenth round. Oh, man. Starting.
He's back.
No, Rashawn's brother.
Uh-oh.
He just tweeted the eyeball emojis. No, the eyeball emojis only mean one thing. It means something going down.
Usually means that bag is coming. You don't put the eyeball emojis if nothing good is coming.
Yeah, you don't do that. Oh, the eyeballs. Oh, dear. What could that? Where's the bag coming from, though?
They coming from the Kings.
We got Richard's number. We get Richard on the phone. Find out what's going on here.
I mean, I hope it's coming from the Kings, but when I talk about the bag,
yeah, it's not coming from the Kings.
Kings can give you the bag.
Yeah, I mean, relative to what the bag would actually be for Rashawn Holmes.
Yeah,
I don't think that's coming from the Kings either. Giants Dodgers tonight for the 4,000th time this season. Is this even a big deal?
Absolutely, it's a big deal.
Oh,
okay. It's even a big deal. Giants Dodgers, first place on the line.
Yeah. What is this? Rewind? Like who hit the rewind on the Odyssey button? Like this was last week.
Yeah,
we just played.
We've reached the 100 game mark, so we got 62 left. Are we catching your eye yet? There's 62 games left in the season.
Is baseball catching my eye, or the Giants? Yeah. The Giants got my attention. 60
games left. Well, 60 some odd games left.
No, the Giants got my attention. Absolutely. The Giants had my attention for about 40 some odd games now. We didn't even get we didn't even get a chance to breathe after the last series. There's a little pirate series in the middle, and now we've got the Dodgers again. It's like, damn, okay, I'm going to stop calling these series against the Dodgers big deals if they just going to keep playing the Dodgers over and over again.
No, they're absolutely a big deal, Damian. Absolutely. Without question. It's first versus second. You don't know. And then here's the thing about it. As much as you like to think this isn't the case, you don't always get the chance to go head to head.
How many?
If memory serves me correctly, I'm looking at this right now. They only got, after this one, they only got one more series against the Dodgers. And that's it.
Okay. It just so happens these two series were super close together.
Yeah, they're typically like that. That's that old school scheduling. You know what I'm saying? The scheduling usually goes where, say you play one weekend series in LA, you could do something during the week, and then you play another one the following week. That's typically how it goes. It's a big one, though, man. Giants, if they get 2 out of 3 here, if my math serves me correct, they get 2 out of 3, they'll leave.
Can they clinch?
Hell no, they can't clinch. I wish they could clinch.
So it's not that big of a deal.
It is a big deal.
It's only a big deal if they lose it. That's when it's a big deal. Because then you go back, man, it's a damn
never going away.
It's a damn shame what happened to those Giants, man. Everything was going well to that series in July against the Dodgers, and it all went to hell after that.
Nah, it's a big one. They got to take care of business here. It's a big week for the Giants. They got 3 against the Dodgers, 3 against the Astros.
Now, okay, now that has my attention.
It's a big week.
That has my attention.
And it's a crazy little stretch because you got 3 against the Dodgers, 3 against the Astros. They get 4 against Arizona, which should be a bit of a breath of fresh air. But then you got to go to Milwaukee, who's first place in the Central. So this 2-week stretch here, maybe it's going to tell us some stuff about the Giants that we may not know already.
Nothing's going to tell us anything about the Giants until we get to the playoffs. If they start winning playoff games, well, then we know something. Not wild card games now. No wild card game. We're talking playoff games. Not the same thing as we learned here from Kenny Carraway.
We'll know a lot about the Giants in the next 2 weeks.
Okay. Well,
if they got 14 games in the next 2 weeks and they go, what's my math? They go 3-11. We know they probably ain't gonna make the playoffs.
They go 3-11. They're still making the playoffs. They're still in great shape to make the playoffs. Oh God, my fault. Wow.
If they go 11-3, yo, this team's locked in to win the West. What you mean we won't find nothing out to the play? We'll find a lot out here. If they beat these teams and go like 11-3, oh yeah, we got action.
What did we learn this weekend when they beat the Dodgers? What, 2 of the 3 games that they played, 3 of the 4 games that they played, and then turned around and lost to the Pirates 2 of the 3 times they played? What did we learn about the Giants? What was it, 3 out of 4 from the Dodgers? Yeah. But the last time they played the Dodgers, they dropped 2 of the 3. What did we learn then?
They played the Dodgers. I think they won the series. But they lost 2 in a row. No, you're right.
Oh,
okay. 2 in a row. We learned that they're number one, they're tough. They're going to keep battling you. And they're still here. They're still standing. Oh, they're still strong.
Gracious.
Okay. But if they ain't making it through
work,
they ain't going to be standing strong after that. Okay. You go 3-11 there.
So we're ready to proclaim season over? They go 3-11?
Oh, yeah. They ain't winning nothing in the playoffs. They probably ain't winning the wild card game. They go 3-11. You think that's okay? It was 11 games. You hit 11 out of 14.
You got the high pitch sound. Listen, you're getting all worked up. Get your pressure points right here, bottom of the ear. Just relax. Just relax. It's okay. You said there's 60 some odd games left. Yes. You're telling me we're gonna know everything in the next 14 days.
No, never said we'll know everything. We'll know more.
But you were willing to throw them out of the playoffs if they went 3-11.
They might lose in a wild card game. Yes,
okay.
Right. It's not concerning if they lose 11 out of 14.
I didn't say it's not concerning. The season isn't over. They got plenty of time to right the ship after that. In a statement, the NFL says the league is still reviewing the serious allegations against Deshaun Watson. They also said, quote, at this time, there are no restrictions on Watson's participation in club activities. Now, I only point that out because it ties into something we were talking about yesterday, and I feel, if nothing else, he's not going on the commissioner's exempt list. The commissioner's exempt list is something that's been used as kind of a blanket. It doesn't fix anything. It doesn't cure anything. It's just, let's just cover it up.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just shoo them away. Let's use this as just an all-in-one type deal here. It's the Swiss Army knife of Roger Goodell punishments. But it's not really a punishment because you're getting paid. You just don't get to play football. If anything, it's a suspension coming. But tied into the conversation of yesterday, I don't know what grounds you're going to do it on. They better find something in their investigation that's not public. Because right now there's no smoking gun. And this isn't dismissive of the allegations. It's more of what are the grounds that you're going to suspend him on? Because right now what you're going to suspend him on is, I'm Roger Goodell and I can. Well, I know it, and which you're allowed to, which Roger Goodell is allowed to. This isn't a court of law. You really don't have to prove anything if you're the NFL. The NFL is the judge, jury, and the executioner. But I do think it's safe to rule out the commissioner's exempt list with Deshaun Watson being able to participate in club activities. And quite honestly, that's good for the Houston Texans, because if the Texans are really interested in moving him, and by all indications, it still sounds like Deshaun Watson wants to be moved, then they can move forward and they can say, look, like there's no penalties against him. There's no restrictions against him. He can continue to work out. He can continue to play, and he can show up at your team facility on day one if you make a deal for him right now. Make us the offer we want, which is a pretty rich offer.
And so
asking price, I should say.
The thing that's going on, and maybe this is what you saw yesterday, and you said we are definitely putting him back in the box, but I want to get confirmation on it. I'm trying to find it out. I'm scurrying, trying to figure out. Were there criminal allegations, complaints brought upon him yesterday?
There were two. I believe there was a criminal complaint brought against him by someone. Oh, man, someone who's not named in the lawsuit.
Right. And
or sorry, someone who's not involved in the lawsuits.
And
so basically, there appears to be something new,
right? And the difference, and tell me if this matters at all. This is criminal. The others were civil.
Correct.
So with the criminal,
technically, I don't even know that there's a civil case brought up yet. Like there's been nothing scheduled till February. So really, I don't think there's anything right now except actual allegations. There is, I think, a deposition scheduled, but again, that's in February. Right. That's literally after the season is over.
Right. And that's so. I only brought it up because I was asking, do you think that changes? Like, if I don't know the process of what they got to go through, but because it's criminal as opposed to civil here, would that change the reasoning to why he may go on the commissioner's exempt list, or is that still probably even too far away to have that take effect this season?
Well, it feels like a separate investigation because it seems to be from what ESPN wrote yesterday. It seems to be separate, like it's new, like it's different. So if you're investigating one thing and now you have a whole other thing brought in, well, now you have two separate investigations, or I would think two separate investigations going on by the NFL. And I don't know. This isn't our bag, man. This isn't our bag. Like, they filed the two women filed police complaints. So do with that what you will.
Yeah,
that's where the criminal aspect comes into it. Obviously, the police play a part in this, but that's where the criminal aspect comes into it.
Yeah.
But Deshaun Watson, I guess he just can go about life as normal for now. I still don't think if you're the Houston Texans, you put him in front of a camera anywhere, because that could impede your ability to trade him, which I think is their ultimate goal, is to just get him out of there, which is a far cry of what it was several months ago.
Yeah.
Let's get to Ramsey here. 916-349-1320. I'm confident Ramsey wants to talk about baseball. Ramsey, what's good, man?
You already know. I mean, we got more than one big Bay Area series going on, not just Giants and Dodgers.
You still haven't figured out we don't care about the A's yet, huh? I admire that, though. I admire that.
It still affects the Giants.
Well, it does, and the fact is the A's are playing some good ball too, so we'll show them a little bit of love. We focus on the Giants a lot more, but if we get the if we get the A's and the Giants in the big series, we'll focus a whole lot on the over.
I'll be watching the A's this week. Absolutely.
I mean, we would all love that, but I mean, the A's need to find a way to wake up in San Diego after losing 3 or 4 over the weekend in Seattle, when the Giants got to wake up from what they look like against lowly Pittsburgh.
I need 2 out of 3 against the Dodgers. I need 2 out of 3.
Yeah, that's probably what it has to be. I mean, I'm not asking for a sweep. We all know the Dodgers are going to be. And they got a bad taste in their mouth after what happened to them at home. Giving away the Dodgers got the bad taste from giving away the 2 games they gave away with Kenley Jansen on the mound in the top of the 9th inning. So they're out for blood. They're out for revenge, and what better way for them to do it? Walk into Oracle Park and try to get a couple games off from the Giants and tighten the race even more than what it already is.
Hey, well, Ramsey.
Starting in August.
Hey, well, Ramsey, the hell with the Dodgers. We here too. What? We ain't gonna just let them. We gonna just let them come in here because they mad. They seeing red. We seeing red too. What? Tommy Lasorda, R.I.P. to him.
You know me. I can't stand the Dodgers. So what better way would I love than the Giants to beat up on the Dodgers? I just gotta be objective and realistic with the way the series and the way the season's played out between those two teams.
Dodgers tough, man. Dodgers tough. I really want the Giants to end that streak. I really want that to happen this year. I think they've won 9 straight NOS championships. I really want that streak ended, and I want it ended by the Giants.
Did it drop back down to 1? Are they 1 game up heading into the start of tonight's series? Oh, it's still 2. Okay.
Yeah, it's 2 up.
Okay.
but I want all that Dodger smoke.
Okay. Well, you've got a chance to see him again tonight, and I know it's been a long time since you've seen the Giants and Dodgers play, so you get to watch them again tonight.
They did. You're damn right.
The 5th time in the last week, but that's
how
good.
It should be.
Okay.
We need to see more of that. We don't need interleague.
We really need 164 games.
No, probably not. But that's what we have. I don't need to see the Astros. I don't need to see the who else they playing? The Angels. The hell am I playing them for?
Well, you were just hyped about the Astros series a minute ago.
No, it's a big series.
Well, maybe you don't have to play the Dodgers 36 times.
No. I'd much rather play the Dodgers 36 times than 15 games against the ALS. For what?
Why do you hate interleague?
It's played out.
Interleague's played out?
It's absolutely played out. Now, if you want to, at Giants A's 6 games a year, that's cool. Mm-hmm. Why am I playing the Mariners, the Angels, and the Astros? Why?
So we can get to 100. I don't know.
Give me more games against my division. That's what I want.
Oh, more games. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
more games against the division. We've got to have more than 162 games. We've got to have more games in the no. We've got to have more games out of the 162 in the division.
Yes.
Okay.
If you're going to have 162,
let's get rid of that.
I agree, but that ain't going nowhere until Damian, you come out of your pocket and pay these owners who will be losing money. Then they'll shave down the games. But
can I point out there's a massive difference between losing money and not making as much money. They're not the same thing.
No. They're not going to the poorhouse, but they're losing money as respect to what they're already making. They're not. They wouldn't be losing anything. I'll put it to you like that. Yeah, they'd either find a way to make that money up by TV contracts, or they would just charge us more. We're talking to a brick wall. We can move on. 162 is never changing for no other reason than it's been 162 for 162 years. We could never change that. Give me 162 against the Dodgers. We mentioned Shai Gilgeous-Alexander as a kind of surprising name that popped up on the trade market, allegedly, in some reports earlier today. When push comes to shove, by the time we get, let's not even go to August 1st. Let's go middle of August. Hell, let's even stretch it out further. Let's go to middle of September. Let's go to like the start of training camp, somewhere around there. Do you think any of the stars are being moved? And I'll put Ben Simmons in the category, even though you disagree. Ben Simmons, Dame, hell, we could put Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in that category. Put Colin Sexton in there, Dame Lillard. I know there's max players, big money guys. Do you think any of those guys are actually getting moved? I think maybe one, maybe two. It's not a whole lot because I don't see anything that really makes sense for anybody.
The stars, no. Dame, Ben, Brad.
I
Dame
mean,
ain't getting traded, man. That was we spent a whole Friday talking about that.
Well,
I don't think Dame going anywhere.
It depends though. You know what I'm saying? Like it depends on how the GM in Portland is looking at things. Like if he wants to be stubborn, yeah, you just hang on to him.
But remember, he hasn't asked to be traded yet.
You don't have to ask to be traded.
Okay. Well, what do you mean by Neil O'Shea being stubborn?
It's not. We always say, Damon, it ain't gonna work. It's done. If he can either ask now or he can ask next offseason. But doesn't it the contract out there?
I understand, but doesn't it tell you something that they turned down? They turned down lottery picks for CJ McCollum.
Well, look here.
I have to believe that call came from Monty.
So
I absolutely believe that. Monty, big fan of D'Lo and KC. Here, Kenny Caraway's take on CJ McCollum. He offered up Franz Wagner for the number 9 pick.
So here's the deal, though. And I had my ear to the streets.
Oh, good.
All right, had my ear to the streets of Portland.
Love it.
Shout out to the PDX and Neil O'Shea.
Yeah.
A lot of people believe. So when Neil O'Shea took over the job, I think drafting Dame was under his regime, but the work had already been done to draft Dame. Like, I can't remember if he was like the GM the day they drafted him, or he came there shortly, like that summer. Whatever the case may be, technically he could get credit for drafting Dame, but everybody knows it was somebody else's work who drafted Dame. Okay. CJ is his find. CJ is his claim to fame. That's, for a lack of a word, that's his baby. I found CJ. I took a chance. I drafted him. He is who he is. I founded him. And a lot of people believe he would, that's his claim to fame. I found CJ. So if he moves on from CJ, that's the one thing that a lot of people think he hasn't been a good GM. So one thing he got right. If he's shipping out the one thing that he got right, then you really need to go, because that's the only thing you got. So I say all that to say, a lot of people don't believe that's where you get, but the proof is in the pudding here, where the people are giving up all these offers to CJ. And he's like, CJ is off the table. Why the hell is CJ off the table?
Yeah, I have no idea.
The only reason is because that's
no clue.
You're emotionally tied to CJ McCollum.
But you've got to be a better general manager than that. That's not an admission of his failure. Like, CJ McCollum did a great job in Portland. This is a solid player. I mean, Portland's in that, they're trying to get to the next level. Man, this team is not getting to the next level. They're not. Like, Portland's not getting to the next level, and I think it's silly for Neil O'Shea to hold on to CJ McCollum when he's being offered. And obviously, we don't know the structure of the deal. We don't even know that this is true. There's a report out there. He was offered a lottery pick.
Yeah, right. And all I'm saying is that's the thought up there.
That's crazy.
CJ,
if that's Neil O'Shea's thinking, that's crazy.
Yeah.
You've got to make this team better, and you got to make it better right now. And maybe his belief is a lottery pick isn't going to make them better right now. And maybe that's the other, outlook. You kind of mentioned this a moment ago. How are they looking at this? Well, clearly, if they have no interest in Dame Lillard, and even more clearly, if they don't have any interest in moving CJ McCollum, they're going to continue to try to add pieces to fix the core, if you will, of that roster. I don't think it's happening.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think it's happening. I mean, I don't know what the situation. Hell, I think Yusuf Nurkic was the first one who said it. Yeah, we've got to do something, because it ain't working. This team isn't losing in the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah,
this team's losing in the first round of the playoffs.
Which is, I mean, and you
and I understand they went to the conference finals once. More years than not, they're losing in the first round of the playoffs.
Maybe you can't do that. Maybe you can't just say, when you got somebody like Dame Lillard, you ride it till the wheels fall off. Maybe you do that. I understand that. I actually get it. But we can tell you right here in Portland, it's done. It's over. It's over for this group. If you want to, try something else and keep Dame, you got to get rid of CJ, Nurkic, all these guys that are big money that are part of that foundation. You got rid of the coach, all this stuff. Like, it's done. It ain't happening. So,
but that's the other thing, though. They've put the blame for the early playoff exits on the shoulders of Terry Stotts. So Neil O'Shea's thinking maybe it's not you say it's the roster, it's not the coach here in Sacramento. So I understand it's a combination of two. It's more on the guys out there on the floor. You got to do better. Portland seems to think, it's not our roster, it was our coach. At least as of right now, that's the thinking, because they haven't done anything to improve the roster. Obviously, we're very early in this process, but time will tell what they truly thought of Terry Stotts as they move forward. It appears they want Dame Lillard to be a part of this. It appears they want CJ McCollum to be a part of this. We'll find out the situation with Yusuf Nurkic as we move forward. You mentioned Enes Kanter as a free agent. I don't want to overstate his importance for Portland, but he was good. I mean, they've got roster issues they got to figure out. And I don't know how they're going to do it without moving CJ McCollum. Or, I mean, you move Dame Lillard, you move Dame Lillard, you're out. Yeah, you're out. So moving CJ McCollum, you could probably get a little. I don't even know what you could get in return for him. I understand there's a lottery pick out there, but I don't know that a team is trading. Like, I don't know if there's a starter for starter trade out there for CJ.
Yeah, I think you're treading water in Portland at this point.
And maybe in Portland's case, maybe that's okay.
That's okay.
It's not going to be okay for Dame Lillard.
Yeah.
Maybe they're just, you kind of said this a second ago, maybe they're just prolonging the inevitable.
Wow. So you said all that to say you think anybody gets traded. I don't know. I think people are realizing, and these are all reports or whatever the case may be, but they're realizing, like the Sixers, like it's not, people aren't that pressed to make these crazy moves. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're trading Ben Simmons this year at the very least, you have to trade him for no all-stars, maybe some picks, maybe like a second or third year player. Nobody's like, yo, we'll give you the farm for the. They're not doing that right now.
Yeah.
They're not doing that. So unless people reevaluate and reassess what they want to do with all this, I don't think people get moved.
I think Russ and Brad get moved.
Both of them.
I think they both get moved.
That would be big.
I'll explain why. You talked about prolonging the inevitable. It looks like Kyle Shanahan and the San Francisco 49ers are going to do the same thing. It's probably the right call. We'll explain as D'Lo and Casey continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Please. I'll hit the I'll go ahead, Casey.
Hey, wait. Before you do that, let me get a second. Man, I remember your ass from Twitter. Don't play with me. Don't play with my name. Don't play with me. You know that's some nonsense.
What's he talking about?
I'm telling you right now, Ben, don't play with me. I don't. You guys know I don't even go down like that. People can joke on me and say stuff about. Don't play with me because you know I don't play with women. I especially don't play with Simone Biles and black women. Don't play with me, Ben. I'm telling you right now. Matter of fact, y'all get him up out of the chat. I ain't doing that. Don't play with me and don't play with my name, Ben. I'm dead serious.
You heard what the man said. You gotta go. You gotta go. Is that Bryce? No, that's it's not Bryce. That's Ramsey. That's you. Roddy, take care of that. All right, the house show rolls along, man. I'm just glad we were able to do the house show today. That was a bit it was a rough run for your boy earlier. I had something I wanted to throw at you guys. Oh, Big E. That's what I wanted to throw at you. Big E, are we looking at so we've got SummerSlam coming up. Yo, what's the ideal scenario for Big E? Are we holding out to like Mania? Do we have a Rumble winner? I want to see Big E like crowned. Like crowned. Like, Big E could be our guy. Let's do that. Like Big E is our guy. I want to see that at WrestleMania. Now it's early and I'm trying to figure out like what's the situation, because if it's Lashley, I mean, I know we threw the situation at, like, no one wants to see Goldberg win, right? Does Goldberg, like, do you Big E come out there and beat Goldberg if he manages to knock off Lashley, which would be trash because you'd be killing Lashley. Lashley needs to go out there and murder Goldberg. We've been over that. But what's the right way to go about Big E with Money in the Bank? See, I feel like you can't do this again, though. Like, you already did it once. I don't feel like you could do the WrestleMania cash-in. I want him to do something different. I want him to do, like, who did it? Was it RVD? Did RVD set up the first one-night stand by cashing in his Money in the Bank, but did it in advance? He was like, yo, I'm cashing but I'm not sneaking up on you. I want a match. Like, I feel like that's what Big E should do. Or that's what I want. That's what I want to see Big E do. Because I want Big E to be crowned as a champion, not just like win the title. Because we know those aren't the same things. Also, I don't get the Matt Riddle thing. No, I love the idea. Like, I love the idea, but do you do it in advance? Like, because I don't want Big E to be the guy who sneaks up on a title, like sneaks up on a title to win. I want him crowned as the champion. See, that's tough though. That's tough because it's Big E sneaking a title. And I know like everybody has done it. And it certainly like it didn't hurt Seth Rollins. It didn't hurt, all the other, people who have done it. But I want something different for Big E. Oh, I'm glad I'm the only one who doesn't get it. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I don't get it.
That's the other thing. They're giving them a push. That's the crazy part.
I've never been into so I didn't like Rob Van Dam either. I guess I just don't get the stoner-like character or whatever. I guess that's just not my. It's just not my bag. I don't get it. Download the Odyssey app and discover hundreds of new exclusive music stations available right now for sports. Take two. Ready?
Take
3,
two.
2, 1. Download the Odyssey app and discover hundreds of new exclusive music stations available now for sports and music fans by sports and music fans. The new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's and Geico. You want to be a part of the show? You most definitely can. 916-349-1320. Or you could jump in the chat, twitch.tv/ESPN1320 or youtube.com/ESPN1320. You may even get yelled at and thrown out by Kenny Caraway. Be careful what you say there. I'm pissed. KC is like McQueen. He don't get mad often, but when he does, he gets mad.
Yeah, we can talk. We can talk, but don't play. Don't play, man.
Don't play. Don't play. I'm gonna say a comma because I was probably hollering. Don't play. That's a line. That's Martin's character from House Party. For those who don't get that. Yeah. So I had mentioned to you before the break. I want to mention a couple of football notes. I mean, training camp is getting underway. Normally, we don't have the draft in training camp at the same time. So there's a little bit of a juggling act going on. And I feel like because we're here in Sacramento, we got I don't feel like we're there yet for football. Like I was listening to Kyle this morning and I was like, oh yeah, okay. Like almost, I really got to get through Thursday. And then it was like, all right. Then it was like, damn, I got to get through Monday. Oh, wait a minute. The California Classic is next week. Okay. Get through Summer League, and then I'll be excited about football.
See, so when Aaron Rodgers cut your internet off, I was talking to the people.
Second time this week. Second day this week.
Aaron Rodgers said don't play.
Apparently.
But I was talking to the people about a sports body clock. And for me, I would take these family reunion trips to the East Coast every other year, be in Georgia.
You're missing Columbia. The family reunion this year.
This is my marriage by my family by marriage. Family, okay. Not the Harrington Tolliver. They're next year. Actually, they were this year, but it was virtual. Long story. But anyway, typically growing up, I'd have my birthday. The reunions were the last week of July. And little KC, teenage KC, as I'm riding around, I'm in the airport and I'm doing all this stuff. I go into these airports, I go into these newsstands, football preview, training camp starting. I pick me one up and I'll be reading it the whole trip, getting everything going.
Big into reading papers, yeah.
Magazines too. I'm in the hotel room. I don't have all my channels. I just got my regular channels, my ESPNs.
Channel 68 though.
Couldn't watch that with my mom there. Yes. Ain't no 68 with my mom in the hotel. But such and such reporting for training camp and and we're trying. And it's that time. My birthday is past. It's that time. People are reporting for training camp. The body clock, the sports body clock. Much of the reason why I say football doesn't work in March. Because we're not in March, we're like, wait, what? Football, XFL? Ain't nobody trying to see all that. It's basketball season, March Madness, pools, all that. We have a sports body clock. Is your sports body clock all messed up right now? Because of Summer League, draft, all that other stuff?
Well, I wouldn't go that far. I would say like my radio show body clock is a little thrown off because it's like, why? I'm trying to think back. Like, what did I do to juggle the draft and training camp before? Like, oh, I didn't. I've never had to juggle the draft and training camp before. And yeah, I'm just, I think of, what do people want to talk about? Like, what do people who tune in to 1320, what do they want to hear about? Like, what's the driving focus? And I feel like absolutely there are fans that are excited about the Giants. There are fans that are excited about training camp. But we've got, this is Sacramento. Like, we've got our Kings. Like, that's our focus right now. And I can't move on from it yet. So every night when we sit down to plan this show and we think about what we're going to do, it's like, okay, Kyle Shanahan's talking today. Cool. Yeah. What are we going to do with that? Like, are we going to spend a minute on it, a couple of minutes on it? Like, what are we really going to do with it? And it's just it's like, all right, let's get through Thursday. We got a big day Thursday. Oh, we could have a big day Monday. Oh, the California Classic is here. Summer League is here. It's like basketball. And it's like, okay, now we can settle into football. And then training camp starts for the Sacramento Kings a couple, 4 weeks later, 4 weeks later.
Yeah. Now this is for us, for what we do. This is kind of great because I do agree. Now it becomes on my radars is what I was saying. Like, when I go through these airports, I see these previews. So I'm on radar, right? But to actually sit there and want to watch and break things down. We talked about the Hall of Fame game next week, and nobody's trying to watch that. Nobody's really interested in that once they turn it on. 5 minutes. Yeah, once they turn it on and see that first drive, it's like, oh yeah, I don't want to watch this. Yeah. So
what hooks me for that game more than anything is like if it's Allen, Chris, if it's the A announcers, right? If I hear the A announcers, it's like, oh, this is football. Yeah. And then I get caught up in listening to them, and then this isn't. That's not.
I mean, because that game more than anybody, you don't get no starters. It feels like
that's not Dak Prescott. That's the guy Kenny said would be the next Dak Prescott. I'm not watching that guy.
No, I said he was going to be the next Romo.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. That's right. You did. You said he was going to be the next Romo. That's my bad. That's my bad. That's exactly. I can't even remember who the guy. And I can't remember the guy's name.
I can't remember.
He was like the fourth starting quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys last year. I can't remember who he was. But Kenny was like, he could be the next Romo.
Well, part of that was because didn't he have like an Italian last name? And that's why I said
I'm afraid to say yes, but
it reminded me of Romo. Just coming out of nowhere. And that's why I said, oh, it could be the next Romo. And he was not the next Romo.
He was very much
but,
not.
He's playing in the Hall of Fame game. But I say all that to say that week leading up to the first preseason game, I feel like that's when it's like, all right, because you get people at camp and you're talking about camp battles and 7-on-7. This guy won 1-on-1s, all this other stuff. It looks cool at first, but then it starts to ramp up. And that week leading in to that Saturday preseason game. That's what typically happens with us here with the 49ers. You get that Saturday preseason game. They start with maybe like 3 games on Thursday in the NFL, couple on Friday. Saturday, you got the majority of the games. They're evening games. Then it's like, oh, football's here. Let's go. Let's see what's good. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're almost there.
August 14th.
Yep.
First one, Saturday, August 14th.
Yep.
Okay. Here's what Kyle Shanahan said about the starting quarterback position for the San Francisco 49ers.
I mean, Jimmy's going through OTAs, what he's done. I mean, he's our best quarterback in the building right now. So he'll start out training camp that way. And we got 3 other guys behind him. We're going to give Trey the first chance, obviously, as backup. And anytime a guy's playing a lot better than the guy in front of him is when you start to split reps up with that team and start to talk about it. But, Trey's had 7 practices with us and haven't seen him for 40 days. So not thinking about that right now. Just having Jimmy go in, he's our starter, and you're going to give all those guys every opportunity to improve. And if someone ever looks like they give us a better chance to win, we'll make that decision then.
So it's not a competition. It's Jimmy is the starter. He'll take starter reps. And then you mix the other guys in as you normally would.
Yes, yeah, there's no open competition right now in terms of they're getting equal reps with the same group. Jimmy's coming in as the 1, Jimmy and Trey's coming in as the 2.
I thought that was a good follow-up. That was a good clarification. I know that he said QB1. Yeah, that was a solid. So that's it. Like he's QB1 and we're not having a conversation.
Mhm.
And in this case, it makes sense. If that soundbite were from Matt Nagy, it would make no sense whatsoever, but it was not. It was Jimmy Garoppolo. And to me, that makes complete sense. I feel like you go with Jimmy Garoppolo. The question I think that 49er fans are really asking is that the case the entire season? Is Jimmy Garoppolo the case? Is this the season where Jimmy Garoppolo was healthy the entire season? Is this the season that Jimmy Garoppolo plays really well the entire season? Does he completely dictate whether Trey Lance plays or not?
First things first, it was DiNucci. That was the quarterback for the Cowboys. DiNucci.
Okay, there you go.
So
The next
shout out
one
to
wrong.
Rich and Max the Demon. But
DiNucci.
I'm the ideal world for me as a Niner fan, and if I was running things, if I was Kyle Shanahan, we don't see Trey Lance this year. I almost said Trey Young, like you've been saying. We don't see Trey Lance this year. And I know a lot of people, you move all that up there in the NFL, in the National Football League. You're doing it to start that guy. You don't do it to sit him. Calm down. Okay? Perfect case. Jimmy Garoppolo plays the entire season. The Niners have a good season. Trey Lance gets to get his feet wet in the NFL, get his feet wet with Kyle Shanahan's system, and you don't play Trey at all this year. That's the plan if it's me. So I have no problem with having a QB1 be Jimmy Garoppolo and having it not be an open competition right now. Will it be that way the entire year? I hope so.
I'm good with that, but it does create I'm good with I'm good with proclaiming Jimmy Garoppolo the starter. I think he's good enough. Again, Andy Dalton is not good enough to be proclaimed the starter over Justin Fields. Jimmy Garoppolo is good enough in San Francisco to be proclaimed the starter. Now, can Trey Lance ultimately I don't feel like Trey Lance can take the job from him. I don't think and I speculated on this, and I'll put it on my shoulders, whether we would see a Miami Dolphins situation. Oh, Jimmy's playing fine. Good job, buddy. Pat him on the ass, sit him down. Trey Lance is going in the game. Yeah. And he's our starter moving forward. It doesn't appear that that's the case. And I think part of that is with Ryan Fitzpatrick. You kind of knew he was going to fall off a cliff at some point, or at least you thought, to steal a Max Kellerman line. You thought he was going to fall off a cliff at some point. And you probably knew you were only getting so far, even if Ryan Fitzpatrick remains your quarterback. So why not go ahead and put Tua Tagovailoa in? With Jimmy, at his best, you know where you can go because you've seen it. And arguably, or perhaps inarguably, this roster is better than the one that they had the last time Jimmy was at his best and they got to the Super Bowl.
And I'll also say this. I looked at that that Miami situation, and I think in their heart of hearts, I don't know if Brian Flores was, but maybe the people above him, I don't know. But they were probably banking on Fitzpatrick not being good, maybe even hoping that he wouldn't be good. And you can kind of throw Tua in there, middle of the season, later of the season, when you're out of it, don't have to worry about nothing, and get him his reps then. And when they actually started off like 3-1 or 4-1 or whatever, it was like, whoa. This wasn't what we expected here. We're not prepared for this. We planned for Fitzpatrick to be terrible and then Tua take over in week 5.
Ryan Fitzpatrick is never terrible in September.
They didn't get the memo. So they were like, well, we still got to go with the plan was to get Tua in there in week 5. That's what we're going to do. All right. And it don't matter if we're good or not. The 49ers, I don't think they're hoping for, and the plan isn't for Jimmy to be out of the lineup this year. I don't think that's the case. I don't think they're hoping for Jimmy. They would want Jimmy to be good. If anything, they probably look at it as a situation where the better he is, the better we are as a team, and the better he is for trade possibilities next year. You know what I mean? If he sucks, we're not going to get that much. Like, one of the reasons why they made the move is they could recoup one of those picks. Maybe not a first-round pick, but they could recoup a pick that they gave up in the Trey Lance deal or they gave up to move up. They can recoup one this year by trading Jimmy Garoppolo.
During the season?
After the season.
Isn't he just done after the season?
He's still under contract. He can be cut.
Oh.
And he could be cut and
with no guaranteed money owed to him.
Right.
I gotcha. Okay.
But he's still under contract, I think, for another 2 or 3 years.
Okay. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. We're live on Twitch. We're live on YouTube. We're with you till 4 o'clock. We got a plan to be with you for 8 hours on Thursday. Your draft day coverage. You have to go no further than D'Lo and Casey here. Of course, we're going to start booking things out over the course of the next couple of days. Hopefully, we could time it right. We had just perfect timing last year with Bryant West on with us, the Kings Herald draft analyst, when the selection was made. So we're going to attempt to plan that out again with Bryant. Deuce and Mo will be with us on Thursday as well. They've got their own draft day special going on YouTube and Twitch. So a lot of local coverage coming for the draft from everyone here at ESPN. We're excited to bring that to you. And I am excited to get to football. It's just not yet.
Not yet.
But this is the most important season of Jimmy's career, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, he could earn another massive payday and wind up on, what's the market for Jimmy next year? So many teams drafted quarterbacks this year. You got the Deshaun Watson thing hanging out there. Man. And of course, this Aaron Rodgers thing isn't going to go anywhere. His market is, he's the third best quarterback on that list.
Yeah.
And even if Aaron Rodgers is staying put this year, it sounded like from that stupid article from Adam Schefter, he's going to be able to leave next year if he wants to, or they're going to facilitate something for him to leave if he wants to. The Deshaun Watson thing, that still very much appears that at least Houston is listening to trades for him. So I don't know what the market looks like for Jimmy Garoppolo when next year rolls around.
Not to mention, that's a whole nother class of incoming quarterbacks.
Yeah.
From college.
Yeah.
So that is going to be crazy. But to your point, he can boost his stock. If he shows that when I'm healthy, I'm a damn good quarterback, somebody's going to hop in there on that. You got to.
Yeah.
At that point, you would think he's a proven commodity. You just got to cross your fingers that he stays healthy. When he's healthy, he's good. You just got to hope he stays healthy.
So Kyle Shanahan spoke today. Training camp officially gets underway, at least in terms of practices tomorrow for the San Francisco 49ers. And we've got the draft coming up on Thursday. We've talked a lot about moves we want to see the Kings make. We've thrown a variety of different scenarios out there. Some big scenarios, some grand scenarios, some far-fetched, some realistic. Is there a move out there that you don't want to see them make? Is there a name that is out there where you're like, don't let the Kings be involved in that one? Some Kings fans, and I know this wouldn't be Kenny Caraway, some Kings fans would see the Kyle Kuzma thing and go, nope, a hard pass on us. Let's not do that. Some people would see anything involving the Los Angeles Lakers. Contavious Caldwell-Pope. Not everybody liked my take on Montrezl Harrell yesterday. This is people who like to stay away from the Lakers at all costs. We're good there. Some people probably felt the same way about our Andre Drummond conversation earlier. Is there a move that you're like, I don't want to see the Kings do this? Not for a free agent, not for a trade, nothing. I don't want to see the Kings in this market.
A lot of people are hearing you ask that question, and are probably feeling like I would say the Ben Simmons deal, and they'd be wrong. If they brought Ben Simmons in here, I would absolutely have my reservations. But I'm also not blind to the things that he does well that could help the team if his mind is right.
What's he do well? I just want you to say him out loud for the record. Please record this, Jesse.
He defends really well. He's a great defender. And he has, I believe in his ability to be a good rebounding guard where he can get the ball off the rebound, start the break himself. He doesn't always do that, but I believe that he has the ability to do that. So that would be great for the Kings. That would be great for them. You'd have to worry about all that other stuff that I don't like about him, hampering you. But even if they got Ben Simmons, this team isn't good enough to just poo-poo on any deal. I know a lot of people probably feel that way about Porzingis. I wouldn't.
That was the other one I was going to ask you about.
I'd have worries about. I told you guys weeks ago, if they make a move, whoever they bring in is going to have some warts, and they're going to have some things that you're going to be concerned about. But what you can do is look at what whoever they bring in does well, hope for the best, and hope that those warts are either covered by what they already have on the roster, or that they improve on those warts, or whatever the case may be. And that's just kind of what it is. So I don't think there's a move that they can make, a person they can bring in that I wouldn't be like, all right, well, I wouldn't give it an opportunity. I wouldn't give it a chance.
And I think that's one of the important things about this team, this roster's things are the one thing no one wants, and this is reframing the question a little bit. I think the one thing no Kings fans wants is like, don't overpay for anyone. Don't overpay. Don't use your entire cap space on a marginal player. Like, don't do the, well, you got to overpay him to get him to Sacramento. Don't do that. There are plays that you can do it for, but we've gone down the list of free agents. That player ain't out there.
Mm-hmm.
That player doesn't exist in this particular class. Like, you can bring back maybe a guy. You mentioned Porzingis. Porzingis maybe hasn't really lived up to that contract. It's different. Like, you go through trade. It's a little bit different going that route.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm with you in the sense that I don't think Monty can hang up on anyone except Philadelphia for asking for De'Aaron Fox.
Yes.
That's who you
the table.
You can hang up on people asking for De'Aaron Fox, and you only listen to a couple of people who are talking about Tyrese Halliburton.
Yeah,
and the fact is,
off the table.
Yeah, and the thing with, like, if they're calling and asking for Tyrese Halliburton, like, they're trying to move on from somebody.
Yeah,
which means you can probably talk them down to somebody else.
Right.
Because if they're calling you like, oh yeah, I got him where I want him. We're good. 916-349-1320. Let's get to our man, Big Al. Big Al, what's going on, man?
Well, man, I love you. You know that. I
Yep.
love you. Say, look, when Kenny runs off like this, so I'm sorry if I offended last week, but, I'm very interested in your analysis. But when you do it, or Mr. Hampton, you got to throw out the trade and the trade part. You can't just say, let's take Ben Simmons' example. Who are the Kings going to have to give up for that? I mean, match balance salaries and people the Kings are most interested in getting rid of. That's working. So, yeah, I don't disagree about any Lakers. I don't disagree from a Lakers fan that really any of the Kings would want to have anybody in the Lakers right now. I think I would on a couple of them. You know that.
Big Al, do you like Kyle Kuzma?
Do I right now? No. Did I like him when Magic was excited? We got the kid, my bro, coming out of Flint, Michigan, all that. I was like, yeah. And I wanted to see, and I was praying all. I said, Kyle, and he worked a little with Kobe. I thought, man, Kobe rubs off, but I'm all over him. I'm not tired of him. No, I'm tired of him. I don't think that he has the kind of, mentality. He has Dean. Maybe LeBron destroyed that, or the way LeBron plays, or whatever worked out. I can't tell, but he's not progressed to a level I would have wanted to see by now, like going into his fifth year. Yeah. No.
Interesting.
Okay.
Yeah. Appreciate it.
Always.
Every move that the Kings make from this point on until they make the playoffs, it's 100%. In my opinion, my thoughts is 100% results based. I can love it. I can hate it. It doesn't matter. Like when it happens. So say they trade for Porzingis tomorrow. You can love it, hate it, whatever. None of that matters. The only thing matters is if it works or not.
Mm-hmm.
Simple as that. No, we can debate it and all this other stuff, but at the end of the day, the bottom line, you can hate Porzingis today in that deal. But if we get to the playoffs, it was a success.
I mean, it's what you got to take a chance, right? You got to take risk. You got to swing for the fences. Whatever sports analogy you want to use, that's what we've been screaming for Monty to do. No, not that fence. No. Don't swing for
Trying
the
to
other
call
one.
your shot like the babe?
Yeah,
like the babe?
Well, okay. I only recently started to believe that Babe Ruth actually called the shot. prior to a couple of months ago, I was people didn't call that shot. Now it's like, all right, maybe he did.
In its nature.
Maybe it is. And he was definitely trash talking as he was running around those bases. That's for sure. But it's a universal fence. You either want Monty to swing for it or you don't. You can't start. No. Go opposite field. Go opposite field. Hit it. Go that way. Don't go the Porzingis way. Go the Dame Lillard way. Yeah, it doesn't work like that.
No.
And in reality, he just hits a solid double. And that may be what happens. Of course, the next few days may tell a story as the draft approaches, as free agency approaches, as the California Classic approaches. And that, of course, morphs into Summer League. And it doesn't look like D'Lo and Casey are going to Summer League. So that's but we'll come back and
the California Classic.
Oh, yeah, we'll definitely be at the California Classic. I want to talk to you more, though, about Luke Walton. Because you've been Captain Save-A-Luke here for a while.
The new name is Securing the Walton.
I like it. That's solid. It makes sense. I don't have music for that. But
Roddy could be Securing the Walton. I'll be Captain Save-A-Luke.
I'm with it. Let's come back. Let's talk about Luke Walton. We'll talk more about the Kings, more about teams that can't afford to run it back next year. It's coming up here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's D'Lo and Casey. Here on ESPN 1320.
Big Al.
Big Al's always good. Big Al's one of our first.
He's a vet.
I saw Ben in here. Ben, we've talked a lot about this. And I think the definitive answer is yes.
Yes,
that's
absolutely.
exactly what you do. Because you've got to get off that money.
Well, look, let's just say this. If he wins a bowl, I mean, the euphoria, the happiness, the thankfulness that guys like myself and Ben would have for getting number 6. I would trade Jimmy. I would tell him thank you. I mean, he'd always get a standing ovation anytime he came back through, and we would both move on with our lives. But we'd be so happy. Be so happy. Trade him. Trade in the Super Bowl winning quarterback? Well, if he wins a Super Bowl.
No, but you're trading Alex Smith. You're not trading Trent Dilfer. You're not trading Patrick Mahomes. You're trading a good quarterback in the middle, Alex Smith.
Yeah, he goes out on top. Plus, like Damian said, you got to get off the money. You got to make everything work. And now you're going into a new era, a different era. He closed out that one with the Super Bowl. I mean, the Niners win a Super Bowl, there'd be no bad words for anybody.
No.
Until like October.
Tomorrow, James joins us every Wednesday at 3:20. Every Wednesday at 3:20, James Ham is with us.
I wanna be saved.
No, I'm good. I don't need a nickname. So it's funny. We just got an email, and I wondered if people were going to do this. Thankfully, Kenny and I know better. People started sharing the flyer we got for Rick Ross's for the thing we're going to this weekend on social media.
Come on.
So, we just got an email that it was like, "Hey, so turns out some of you have been irresponsible with the flyer.
Bruh.
This is not a public event and it's non-transferable. If you haven't been invited, even if you respond to the email, you're not going." So I was like, oh God, like some people want their flex to be so strong.
Bruh.
Just talk about it on the radio like we're doing. What'd you say, Jesse? You're good, Jesse. We got you. I got a +1.
They tripping. And then that's just you messing up your own situation. Why would you do something like that?
He's a clown. He's a clown. Thank you, Jazz. Just tell everybody what you're doing, man. Don't put it on social media. Get a picture with Rick Ross and post it on social media. Shoot.
Yeah.
Bonte said he got a blue suit. Like, oh, so we're really doing this. Okay. All right, fine.
We're doing this, man. Like I said, I gotta go.
About about to be a different kind of broke.
Yeah, I gotta go. I got a crazy deal yesterday for this suit that I got.
Where'd you get it?
Got it from H&M.
Oh, okay. Oh, are we?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I told you I wasn't going there. One time I walked past there. Like I always say, it was a damn Million Man March in there. I said, "Oh, we back? Y'all wasn't gonna tell me? I'm a George Jefferson walk up in there."
That's all right. Some of y'all didn't give up Starbucks for a day after that little. All right, as we roll along here, man, these commercial breaks are fun over on Twitch and YouTube. You got to go check us out there, man, when you got the opportunity. If you're going to be watching the NBA draft, you're a sports fan, you're a Kings fan, we're certain you are, put us on a second screen, put us on the iPad, put us on your laptop, put us on your phone. You can hang out with D'Lo and Casey for 8 hours. Who want to hang out with us for 8 hours? Mm-hmm. You can also listen on the Odyssey app and the new Odyssey exclusive stations that are curated for sports listeners like you. You can find your new summer soundtrack. There are hundreds of new stations for summer barbecues, road trips, working out, relaxing poolside, whatever it may be. You can also find your favorite artist on Odyssey 2 on the all-new Artist radio stations. Check out the new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's and Geico. Now, I asked you a moment ago, as we talked about the 49ers for a second, if this was the most important season for Jimmy Garoppolo. And I think that's kind of a no-brainer there. But with Luke, you in particular, have spent a lot of time talking about the roster issues, the roster shortcomings, the player shortcomings. Monty obviously has a job to do. You like the moves that Monty McNair made at the trade deadline. Mm-hmm. He has moves that he needs to make here this offseason. You got to have some guys who can contribute to the team for the entire year. Hot take on my part, having guys on your roster for an entire year. But let's operate under the assumption that Monty gets a couple of guys, and let's not do the Bradley Beals and the Dames and the Ben Simmons. He brings in some good quality players. Nothing that we turn our nose at, but stuff like, okay.
Norman Powell.
That's fine. Let's say, Miles Turner.
Let's
do something like that. Something where you can look at the roster and go, okay, the Sacramento Kings roster is better. This is the biggest seasons of it's hard to say this is the biggest season of Luke's career because he had to coach LeBron James one year, but that was his first gig.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure halfway through that season, he already had the Sacramento Kings job.
Wow.
So he fails this year. Hypothetically, of course, not what I'm rooting for. He fails this year with an improved roster. He's probably not a head coach again.
Right.
Like this is much like Jimmy Garoppolo in the NFL for the San Francisco 49ers. This is the most important year of Luke Walton's coaching career.
Absolutely.
Because if Monty does his job, and this is an important year for Monty too, because he made the decision to keep Luke Walton. But if Monty does his job and improves this roster, and assuming we don't have drastic injuries along the way where De'Aaron misses a ton of time or Tyrese misses a ton of time or things like that, you're expecting this team to be better. We can't go through multiple 9-game losing streaks again. Mm-hmm. Hell, I went into last year saying, just avoid 5-game losing streaks. Joke's on me. We got multiple 9-game losing streaks. But for Luke, like it feels like it's put up or shut up for everybody, which is weird because for Monty, it's his second year having this job in the league, period.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's accurate. It's his second year. And for Luke, it's his 5th year, 3 years with the Lakers.
Yeah, this is going to be a 6th year.
6th year. Okay, 6th year. And it's like, okay, you can either do this job or you can't. You're not getting another. I don't think Luke is getting another job after this, should this upcoming season fail.
Absolutely.
And if this season fails, I absolutely believe he's going to be fired. I'm looking at Monty sideways, but I absolutely believe he's going to be fired.
I think he'll be fired too. And let me be perfectly clear when I say this. It almost doesn't matter what Monty does, upgrading the roster or not. Like we talked about a Miles Turner type, Norman Powell type, whatever the case would be. If he doesn't go out and get that, the objective is still clear. And Luke Walton's career is still on the line.
So it's just more pressure on Luke?
Absolutely. He's got to figure it out. If he don't have the roster capable, he's got to figure it out. There isn't you didn't have the roster this year and, we're building something. We'll build it with somebody else. You've got to get this team to the postseason to save your job and to save your NBA head coaching career. Because I agree with you. He's not going to get the benefit that we talk about so many times with people talking about things that don't go wrong with players or coaches. And it's just Sacramento. It's not your fault. It's Sacramento. Luke Walton's not getting that same type of leeway.
Yeah.
If he doesn't get it right here, it's going to be looked at as being 100% his fault, and he's not going to get another opportunity.
That'd be interesting. 100% his fault, huh?
Now, once again, I don't know if any coach, it's fair to say it's 100% their fault for something working. So I don't think that's reality,
Sure.
but that's the perception, and that's all that really matters a lot of the times is the perception. You got to figure it out.
This whole organization's got to figure it out. I feel like we just talk in circles with this organization, and it's frustrating because it's like just break out. I wonder what it's like to cover a normal basketball team. It's just they made the playoffs. Oh, they missed the playoffs. Oh, that's okay. They'll be back next year. I wonder if other teams talk about like ownership interference. I wonder if other teams have like a shadowy, dark figure that lurks over the organization that people rarely mention the name. I wonder if there's it's like the Illuminati runs the Kings, and it's like, does that happen elsewhere? Is Belo and JC in Philadelphia? Are they talking about if ownership would just get out of the way? The one person in the 76ers they've been here through multiple ownership groups. If they just get out of the way, we'd be fine. Does that happen anywhere else but here? You've got your ear to the streets. Does that happen anywhere else?
I don't know if it necessarily happens anywhere else like it happens here, but it does happen. I remember when DeAndre Hopkins wanted, was it DeAndre Hopkins? No, it was. Didn't DeAndre Hopkins tell Deshaun Watson to get out of there? Or Andre Johnson? Andre Johnson told.
I think everybody, yeah. I think they both did.
But specifically, and we were like, Andre Johnson don't say
it. Never says anything, yeah.
And I think it was Deshaun Watson before everything happened. He was saying, yo, get out of there. Don't play another down for him. And I remember I had my ears to the streets, and they had the same type of discussion about the Houston Texans. And they were like, yo,
that's right.
It's a GM that's been there that, it's real suspect how he deals with certain players. We don't like him. He's the one that knows where all the bodies are buried, and he stays here. And it's been going on for 10 years, whatever. So I think everybody has their version of this. It may not be to this degree, but everybody has their version of this.
Pluto out here is pointing out the Mavericks, and I wouldn't have thought that about the Mavericks.
Right.
Till about 2 months ago. Till about 2 months ago. I was like, oh, okay.
Right. Something there. Ninja says the Cowboy media does it all the time.
But who's ownership interference? He's the general manager.
Yeah.
It's not like Vivek is the general manager. You could argue whether Vivek gets involved or not. I'm of the personal belief he doesn't anymore. I'm of the belief he doesn't anymore. But Jerry's the actual general manager of the team.
Well, the power dynamic with him and Steven. Right?
That's weird.
A lot of people, I haven't gone to the streets too much in Dallas, but I think a lot of people feel like Steven wants it to run. He wants the team and organization, well, mostly the football team, ran a certain way. And he's constantly trying to he's trying to massage Jerry to make him think that he's still in control while Steven is really the one making. It's a weird dynamic, right?
Well, it's even weirder by the fact that I think it's his daughter who handles a lot of the business stuff.
This sounds like WWE.
Well, I mean, it's not that far off. I mean, if there's another human being on the planet that you could equate to Jerry Jones, it's Vincent Kennedy McMahon.
Yeah.
It's 100% Vince McMahon.
So
it's just Steve, it's Triple H, not Shane.
Yeah, right. But I think this stuff does go on. And then the Niners had a lot of this, and it's got quieted down a little bit because there's been some success. But it was nasty from the last Harbaugh season until maybe like the second Shanahan season, maybe even later than that. It might not have gone away completely until they had the Super Bowl year, and people were like, "Oh, Jed." They talk about he's poor. He just getting it off his parents, his parents' money and legacy, and he doesn't have any real juice and real pull. It's really then Denise is the one. Denise is the shadowy figure. Denise is the one that it's like she snaked the organization out from Eddie. And she doesn't know what she's doing, but she calls all the shots. Oh yeah, it was a big deal, a big deal. So we're Michael Jackson. You are not alone, Sacramento Kings fans.
Par for the course here, I guess, when you're running a sports team. 916-349-1320. Let's breathe some positivity into the show. Disco Tim, what's good, baby?
What is happening, fellas?
What's up, Disco?
Not much, man. King, what is up?
I can't call, man.
I think with Monty McNair, I don't really see him making any seismic moves. I think he's looking for value. That's what he said when you guys talked to him, that he's always looking for value. But I wouldn't be really surprised if Marvin's going to be on the team. I think Marvin needs to, to say it nicely, just shut up, put up. Once he hears the crowd, hopefully the Kings fans can return, and when you hear the fans crash into the board, you'll start to understand what it means to be a King. And I'm looking forward to just, I'd like to be a lot better, but I feel like we're definitely got to make the playoffs. We're going to make the playoffs. Not a playing team either, a legitimate playoff team. And the last thing I just wanted to say is, how about the women at the Olympics, man? They are crushing it. I'm loving watching women's sports at the Olympics. I'm going to start watching a lot more because I really don't catch that much women action, sport-wise, except for the Olympics, and they are just crushing it. And I just wanted to say thank you for taking my call. You guys have a lovely day.
We got you, Disco Tim.
Yeah.
Time.
A little sad news. I heard that the women's softball team lost the gold medal game after their thrilling walk-off win. I think it was a day or two ago. Who the hell knows at this point? I don't know. But they played Japan again and lost the gold medal game. So that sucks. But that was fun. Can I complain about the Olympics for a second?
Yes, you can.
Can I complain about it again?
Yes, you can.
You guys know
what couldn't you find? What event couldn't you find?
I've been looking forward to 3-on-3. I wanted to see that 3-on-3 basketball. And after
455 semifinals tomorrow. Go ahead.
Okay. 450
gold medal game also tomorrow. Yeah. AM.
All right. Wait, what?
AM.
Come on, man.
4 a.m. Yeah, I was actually wrong. I said 4:55. It's 4 a.m. for the semifinals. The gold medal game is tomorrow at 8:55.
All right. AM. Well, we'll get to the gold medal game hopefully, and I'll be able to watch that.
3-on-3. They actually lost yesterday. They lost 20-18, but they had already clinched the number one. They had already clinched the number one spot. They were good. They could afford that one loss. We got the semis tomorrow morning at 4 a.m. So set your alarm, everybody. 4 a.m.
I said it earlier. I'm almost out on the Tokyo Olympics. This is getting ridiculous. It's getting ridiculous, man.
Well, how could your favorite event ain't even got here yet? What's the problem?
Everything is just going around in a circle, like just whipping around. No. We don't know what time is what. We don't know what's live. We don't know what's a replay. No. They tell me things that are supposed to be live has a live button or live thing on there. It ain't on there, but it's live. I don't know. It's getting ridiculous, man.
I ain't seen you this mad since that commercial break an hour ago. Now, here's your rule of thumb. If you're watching Olympics in prime time, it's not live.
Yes.
That's pretty. When you tune in to Simone Biles in the team competition tonight, know that it's not live. Like, it's already happened. So, spoiler alert. I didn't ruin it for anybody, but like, you tune in to NBC tonight. Hey, Simone Biles, everything's fine. Well, maybe not so much. Most of if the event is happening, if the event's live, it's probably happening a lot while you're asleep.
I got that, but
which is why
the 1 a.m., 2 a.m. joints aren't even live.
Well, okay, I don't know how I don't know how you. I feel like you saw you're still upset about the 3-on-3 game. I feel like you saw the Italy game live. You just didn't see the game against China. I think it was China live.
Yeah. So
that's okay. There's 2 games within hours of each other.
But I thought it was live.
It was live.
They didn't have the live sign on there though. But
maybe they didn't put it up.
They need to put it up. Who the hell's job is that?
Jesse, get Dick Ebersol on the phone. Get the head of NBC on the phone.
So this isn't even what pissed me off. Gotta tell you what made me hot.
Oh, good. You're even angrier. Go ahead.
So yesterday,
by the way, Frank, we'll get to you in just a second.
Go ahead. Yeah, Frank, give me 1 second, Frank. We're gonna get to you. But yesterday, I wake up to my partner talking about what a great game in the 3-on-3. Kelsey Plum, game winner. They beat Japan or China.
I think it was China.
They beat China, game winner. I hear about it on the show. Beat China.
Don't run that one back tomorrow, by the way, but go ahead.
So, yeah, I'm like, okay. I go to the Peacock app. They got the Olympic section. Highlights. Kelly Plum's amazing game-winning shot. I don't even know how to describe this. All I can really say is everybody go to the Peacock app and go watch the highlights of that game.
Yeah.
I don't even think I saw one basket go through the hoop in the highlights of that game, let alone the game winner.
Yeah. Outside of The Office, the Peacock app is a universal L. Outside of what they did with The Office, like the WWE Network is trash on the Peacock app.
It is.
They did not formulate their Olympic section very well. They even have like a station with like great Olympic moments. What the Olympic moments, they're like your highlight package. They're not good.
It was a jumbled mess. Like it was, look at her dribble into the lane. Nothing. No shot. What?
Yeah.
I'm almost out, man.
You ain't out. I don't know what's going to hook you back in. I mean, we lost Naomi Osaka. We lost Simone Biles.
Team USA plays tonight, though. That's going to be live.
The men do.
The men do. Yeah.
Now at this point
already, right? They
played the first. They won 50 straight for the women. 50 straight for the women. They haven't lost the game.
So I might watch the men. I'll watch the men live.
Yeah, because we're going to watch the men live so we could complain about them. Let's get Frank on the line again. 916-349-1320. Appreciate you for hanging tight, Frank. What's good?
What's up, Frank?
Hey guys, D'Lo, I love you dearly, but you're beating up on Luke Walton all over the time. I'm coming in to defend the guy. Okay, give me a second to defend him.
Okay, go ahead.
I got five points, quick points I want to make to you.
Okay.
One, I think the team would have been a hell of a lot better if we hadn't benched Belly and hadn't gotten rid of Bogey, because that would have made our number 4 and our number 2 stronger than they were this season.
Well,
Belly agrees with you there, Frank.
Okay.
Huh?
I said Belly agrees with you.
Belly
Yes, he does.
But he was not as good an athlete as Bags, but he was a better team defender. And number 2, the 2 9-loss seasons or 9-loss skids that we had, that was before midseason. What happened in midseason, point number 3, is we got 4 ball players coming in. None of them are top 100. We got Jones to be second-string center. We got Harkless, who could play some competent defensive forward. We got Wright, who's a pretty good defending guard. And we got Davis, who's everything that Buddy ought to be. Play some defense as well.
I agree.
And so that was the only difference. The same coach that coached us through 9 losses twice was the same coach. If you look at the last half of the season stats, as bad as we were for the season, in the last 30 days, the Kings were number 10 in the league in defense. Same coach. The last 16 games of the year, we won 56% of our games.
Bars.
Between the crappy start we had and how we finished was we brought in 4 mediocre ball players who could play some defense. The coach was the same dude.
Let's go.
To somehow blame him for the first half, but give him no credit for the second half, just doesn't seem fair, D-Lo.
Bars.
Okay. Put Frank back on. Frank. Now, do you want to tell Frank about the 9-game losing streak?
Well, okay, I thought you were going to overlook that.
No,
okay?
I'm not going to overlook that. Now, now. I love everything Frank said. Now tell him about the 9-game losing streak first, because then I'm going to tell him about.
Well, Frank, one of the losing streaks was after the second half of the season and after they got the new players.
Was it?
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
That's okay.
It's
okay. That's okay. Here's the other thing.
All right, Harrison. No, I think everybody was there.
Here's the other thing about Belly. Belly can't defend word of damn.
Yeah, you're right.
I think
there.
Jesse gave him the hooks. I'm gonna take that. And Frank, love you, man. Appreciate the call.
Stuff, though, Frank, man. Appreciate you.
Hit us up anytime. 916-349-1320. I'll give credit where credit is due to Luke Walton. I just don't know where to give it. Where do you want me to give it? I don't look at everything you have said about the player acquisitions, everything that Frank just laid out about the second half of the season. It's true. It's just, are you willing to believe it? Are you willing to believe what you saw? Like, is it as simple as, well, if you have this, and this is Kenny's point, well, if you've got this roster for the whole year, they're going to be better. If you have this roster for the whole year, they're a playing game. Again, it's not a stretch to say they're in the playing game because we're only talking about like 2.5 games at this point. I don't know that I'm so quick to believe that. I'm not sure I'm super quick to buy into what we saw in the second half of the season and being super meaningful. Plus, I'll pose this question, and this isn't necessarily a Luke Walton related question. Let me mention one more thing about Frank. Something he said about Belly. Belly I think Belly's a terrible defender. Mm-hmm. It got masked sometimes, but Belly's terrible. They go at Belly. Belly's one of the few players that we saw it with Buddy Hield, and I think the Clippers, and we saw it. We used to see it with Belly all of the time.
The first game of the bubble. I don't know if you remember against San Antonio. At that game,
the first game of the bubble. Who remembers the first game of the bubble?
It was a damn good game. Remember De'Aaron Fox went for like 43.
Okay,
you don't remember the first game of the bubble against the Spurs?
No.
Anyway,
they lost? Yeah,
because to your point, they started attacking the hell out of Belly in the last 3 minutes. and the 43-point performance or whatever De'Aaron had went for naught because, like my partner just pointed out, Popovich was like, oh, Belly's on the court.
Let's go at him.
Yeah. And couldn't get a stop.
What I'll never understand about the way the Kings played at the end of the season is everyone was, and I asked Mark Jones this question, and to his credit, he couldn't answer. And he was like, I don't have an answer to that. We were talking about the hustle. We were talking about looking like they give a damn on defense. This is all while De'Aaron is gone. Mm-hmm. This is while Tyrese is out. Marvin, who knows? He could have been in and out. It could have been multiple things with him at this point. How is your team showing hustle, loyalty, respect? How is your team showing heart with your multiple best players gone? Mm-hmm. How is that a thing? You could look at it like, well, maybe De'Aaron's a problem. Maybe Tyrese is a problem. Maybe the group is just working differently. Or, and this is the way I think some Kings fans look at it, and I tried to take this into account, a lot of those teams they were playing and mailed it in at that point. Not mailed it in like they don't care, but mailed it in like, let's just get through this.
All right. Now,
because really what are we talking about? The last 20 games of the season, 17 games of the season? We're not talking about like the last 40 or the last 30, in last year's case, the last 36 games of the season. We're talking about like 15 to 17 or something like that.
Right. And I'll also say this. So like people like to say, oh, we can't get fooled by what we saw the last 2.5 weeks of the season. They played OKC 3 times, and that's why they won. Well, I can flip that around and be like, well, if they played OKC during the second 9-game losing streak, it wouldn't have been a 9-game losing streak, right? You wouldn't have that to fall back on. So you play them when you play them. If the team ain't no good, they ain't no good. That's just what it is. You know what I mean? And we talked about a lot about how the Kings' schedule was front loaded. That first half, like, it was rough. They didn't play OKC until the end of the season. You know what I mean? They didn't Memphis is a good team, but I'm saying they didn't get the Memphis games. Well, they had them in early in the season. They got stopped because of COVID, but it's just part of the scheduling. Like, you just play them. To answer your question about why we saw that with those guys out, Mike, like Mark Jen said, I don't know. I don't know.
And that's why you try to, oh, maybe teams were doing this, maybe teams were doing that. No, none of those explanations really add up.
The two things,
it's just it doesn't make sense.
The two things I think you can give Luke Walton credit for is it's Jolo, or it's Solo. It's Jay Solo, excuse me. Said it earlier. He can draw up a hell of a play out of a timeout.
True.
I'll give him credit for that.
Yep. It's a strong suit. Absolutely. and there's a lot of value in that, because how many times have you seen teams run a play out of a timeout and it be a turnover? But of course, there's one famous Kings play. What didn't they run it? Wasn't it a 24-second violation?
Oh,
that wasn't the San Antonio game.
Oh, what game was that? When they didn't, I think it was Memphis.
Okay.
Yeah, Buddy called a timeout or something. They came out of the timeout and they had no clue.
Yeah.
Or was that? No, that definitely was them. But the other one that I'm really thinking of is Milwaukee versus Brooklyn, Game 7. Remember when Brook Lopez?
Oh, yeah, I remember that, but that's definitely not what I'm thinking of.
It was Memphis, though, the one we're talking about. The other thing that
Lopez. Was it Lopez who didn't know what was happening? Yeah, okay.
Game 7, like tied, or they were up 2 or something like that.
We're screaming at the TV.
And he's just running the play.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, brother, no.
Is that somehow, some way, for better or for worse, he still seemed to have the respect of the players in that locker room.
No, yeah. Well, yeah. I don't think there's a. I
all,
won't argue that at all.
They defended him. Is it safe to say that? Or, they're quick to be like, it's not the coaching.
Well,
it's on us.
Some guys did, certainly. I don't think anyone ever pointed the finger at him or threw him under the bus. It felt like, really, when the season was over and guys were giving exit interviews, not media interviews.
Mm-hmm.
It felt like virtually every one of them, maybe not virtually all of them, I felt like they brought up the coaching staff in Luke in one way or another to kind of deflect, I guess, blame away from him,
right,
or them collectively. So yeah, there's absolutely something to be said for that too. You could look around the league and see, plenty of circumstances where teams don't vibe, players don't vibe with coaches, and ultimately those coaches are gone. And these aren't successful teams, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
These are. I mean, look at Cleveland with your boy from Michigan. Not that long ago. Like you look across at other bad teams having coaches that just don't.
New
Indiana
Orleans was one. Indiana.
Indiana.
Oh, gosh, Indiana.
This is a disaster. That was a playoff team. It was a brand new playoff team that just completely blew it by letting Nate McMillan go.
Yeah.
And they brought that in, one and done. It ain't gonna work.
That was crazy.
Ain't gonna work. So there is something to be said. I don't think that's not a minuscule detail. Right. It is important, especially I think in the way the league is structured. This is the players' league.
Yeah.
So that detail is important, though. You do need to have a combination of both, of a good relationship with your players and the ability to be a good coach.
Absolutely.
And I think the jury is, at least my jury, is still out on one of those.
Yeah.
And he can win me over this year. I've always said that Luke can always win me over.
You got to win. He's got to win. It's on him.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? This is the make or break for his career. John Bull, he says, Luke asking the ref if he wants Luka's autograph is probably the single best coaching he's done his entire tenure in SAC. That was funny.
It was great.
One of the things that I always
certainly his only highlight as a Kings coach.
But to me, what always cracks me up is the can I call it the Luke face, where he has both palms out and he's like, when something crazy's going on, he's like, you got to be on the YouTube or the Twitch to see this here. But it's a Luke face. Somebody tweet me at IMK Diddy the Luke face. It cracks me up because he's he does that, and then he follows it up with what the F, but he says F like he always.
Yeah,
it happens maybe once a game or once every other game, and I don't know. It's one of those.
Luke got the perpetual like. Remember Garfield? You see the John Arbuckle. You know, John Arbuckle always had this like down look on his face.
Yeah,
that's Luke mid game. Like that's the look Luke has in the middle of a Kings game. He got the John Arbuckle face.
Just be like, what? It makes me laugh. No,
I hope Buddy is on this team so he can call for a review after every single play, because I'll really miss that if Buddy's gone. I'll really like we're 7 seconds into the game and Buddy's looking at Luke. Twirling his finger in the air.
I think tomorrow we've created a segment, our favorite Kings quirks of all time. I don't know. It might not get no higher than Luke's face and Buddy asking for a review every single time. Kings. Like you said, opening tip. No, review that.
Yeah.
Hey. I swear to God. And then Luke looks at him like, no, no, we're not reviewing this.
Buddy, let's just let this one go. Let's just let this one ride. Oh, man. Luke Arbuckle. God bless him. I mean, it's not like I expect him to be smiling through Kings game, so I ain't mad at him.
Well, he needs to be smiling next year.
I hope so.
I know that much.
I hope so. And I hope it's because of the work Monty McNair does in the offseason beginning on Thursday. Hell, if Monty doesn't want to wait till Thursday, start now.
Start now.
Actually, don't start now. It's 3:50. It starts tomorrow.
Yeah.
Maybe around noon.
Yeah. And we have Ham on tomorrow, too, so that would be great.
Man, that would be phenomenal. James Ham joins us every Wednesday at 3:20, and James really just hangs out, man. It's basically James said he missed podcast, so I said, "Hey, we got you, bro."
We got to say some James Ham podcast. That's what it is.
We got the full, we got the James Ham podcast experience, 40 minutes straight, uninterrupted. We let the Hammer do his thing, and he'll be with us tomorrow. Deuce and Mo will be with us on draft day. We're going to start working on that draft show immediately following.
They're tweeting me the Luke face. It's hilarious.
Okay, I gotta peep this out. I gotta see it. You've talked about the Kings potentially running it back. By the way, is anybody going to the draft party?
It's a good question. Who's going to the draft party
in the squad? If anybody is going to the, I think I saw
have to work. I would go. It's a good time out. Summer evening in Sacramento.
Yeah, you're a little bit busy.
Yeah, a little bit.
You're a little bit busy. You had mentioned the possibility of the Kings running it back as much as they can. You know, obviously there are roster spots that have to be filled out. You mentioned different players who didn't get some run last year, who may get some run this year. There are other teams in the league that can't afford to run it back. And I feel like they're kind of in the same category. Obviously, New Orleans knows they can't run it back. New Orleans is creating cap space. We saw that with them making the move with Memphis yesterday. They've got their eyes on Kyle Lowry, perhaps Lonzo Ball, maybe a few others. Can the Clippers?
Man, you mean run it back with Paul George?
I mean their roster.
Ibaka. Yeah, they can. They can. I mean, that's a roster that me and you picked to get to the NBA Finals. Now, there's no Kawhi here. But even with that, after what they showed against Utah, I still had them beating Phoenix. I think I had them beating Phoenix. wasn't as confident anymore, but I think I had them beating Phoenix. So, I mean, that's a team that essentially we're saying could get to the finals with what they had. So I think they can run it back. They got to get Reggie Jackson back, and they probably have to add a piece or two. But as far as getting rid of somebody, I don't think they got to move on from anybody.
Lakers?
No, they can't run it back. They need improvement, like minimal, but they can't run it back with Schroeder at the point guard and think they're getting to the NBA championship.
2 more.
Okay.
The 76ers.
No, they shouldn't run it back.
Remember, partially torn meniscus, MCL. Which one was it? Okay. Is not enough to sway you?
No.
Okay. First year of Doc Rivers, not enough to. They got to do something.
If I were them, yeah, they got to do something.
Brooklyn.
Yeah, they can run it back.
Okay. So with Brooklyn, it's as simple as they just all weren't there at the same time. Okay. I mean, and there's a million other teams we could go out, but the answer is obvious. Portland can't run it back.
Yeah.
You know, there's a number of other teams that we could look at. Phoenix Chris Paul stays. Can Phoenix run it back as is?
Yeah, they can.
They're probably gonna have to. I don't know that they're gonna have many choices, but
yeah, they can. I don't think they go back to the NBA Finals, but they
go back to the Western Conference Championship. Western Conference Finals, I should say.
I'm just gonna I have no idea what the bracket looks like next year or nothing like. I'm gonna just say no, they won't.
Okay.
And Brooklyn, I said they can run it back, but maybe that's not the best thing to do because they were so reliant on those 3. Maybe they need to add a little bit more. So maybe they shouldn't run it back. I said they can though.
Got to add more. Yeah, James Harden, Kyrie Irving, and Kevin Durant's not enough. LeBron gets criticized. You got James Harden, Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving. Yeah, it's not enough.
Oh yeah, they literally didn't have those guys.
And Blake.
They didn't win.
And who was the other one? They had one more. Blake and
DeAndre.
Oh, DeAndre Jordan. Yeah, that's who it was. That's exactly
DeAndre
who it was.
didn't play. And they didn't have those 3.
And the funny thing,
they would have won.
Drummond wouldn't fit there, right?
I don't think so.
Because we saw with the Lakers, it didn't work.
He might have worked there because they didn't work with the Lakers because they had Anthony Davis. He might work in Brooklyn, but they ain't got no more money.
I completely forgot Lamar. Well, he'd have to do it. Like he was going to do it for nothing last year. Essentially nothing.
Yeah, because he was still getting paid.
But he could do it for a little bit more of nothing this year.
Yeah.
I always forget LaMarcus Aldridge was on the Brooklyn Nets for like 2.5 years.
That's right. Yeah, that's a good call. I forgot LaMarcus.
We appreciate you so much for hanging with us today and getting through some of the technical difficulties that we had there in the first half of the show. We hope that you'll be back here tomorrow as we get a step closer to the NBA draft, leading into our 8-hour draft show coming up on Thursday. If you're on YouTube, hit the thumbs up, subscribe button as well. If you're on Twitch, hit the heart and the follow. If you're on the Odyssey app, hit the heart as well. Save ESPN 1320 as your favorite radio station, no matter where you are, no matter where you're watching, no matter where you're listening. Make sure that you're back here with us tomorrow at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla.
Man.
Luke always got that look on his face. That's hilarious.
I knew as soon as you said that, John Bull going to have a collage here any second. Any second, John Bull going to have a collage.
Come on, man.
Oh no, what's happening?
Oh man, they got this training thing here. I'm gonna just put it up to my camera and see if you guys can see. Come on, this is getting out of control, man. I'm not gonna teach your kids to do this, man.
So that's excessive.
I'm done. I'm done with the training game.
I've seen glasses I don't remember like where they block off some part of your vision.
Well, they block off below, so you don't.
So you can't look down. Okay,
Yeah.
that's what it is. Okay.
This had it in front of his face. Come on, man.
Wild. Wild.
Oh, jeez.
Luke face.
The Luke face.
Oh, that comedy. Oh my gosh, how many pictures did John Bull find? Oh, he got a gift too. Oh, goodness gracious.
Is he cursing? Let me see. That's what's really gonna crack me up.
John's going ham on the Luke Walton picks.
Oh, that's a good one. Oh man. If I didn't like Luke Walton, I'd be like, it's Luke with that stupid look on his face.
Get that stupid look off your face. Comedy. I don't need anyone suddenly becoming part of Luke Walton. All right.
Oh, brother.
Oh, that's funny. John Cena merch.
Well,
the basketball glasses. Oh man, that's funny. Oh man. All right. I gotta go talk to the kids. We gotta the young people. They're not kids, they're young people.
They're getting ready for school, huh?
We have a youth media conference at the end of the week that they're putting on. I'm not sure when they go back to school, but this is a big event that they've been planning. So got to tap in with them and see what's going on.
Yeah. Well, I gotta hop in that a little bit more with you, man. I want to, this school year starting, I want to do something with those guys, man. Get more involved with the kids, man. Now that I got a little more time, I ain't doing those two jobs. I can got a little more time, man. So
it's good, man, because we'll need you. We're retooling some things and Be Heard a little bit. So yeah, we would absolutely.
Josue's been asking this every hour on the hour. I just really kind of looked at it. If Russell Westbrook becomes a Knick, will there be a D-Lo and KC show live from New York?
We're paying our own way to Atlanta. So I mean, there's nothing stopping us from packing up the Comrex and doing the show. And, from what would it be? 4 to 8 in New York.
Right.
Show 4 to 8. Shoot. Yeah. Why not? I actually do want to go to New York. I hope they play in Christmas time because I want to go back to New York in Christmas.
Oh, I would love that. I've never been in the Garden, so I'd love to do that.
Yeah, the new Garden is better since the.
You went to the old one that was.
I've been to both of the. I've been to the. It's the same place, but
right.
the
remodeled and stuff.
Yeah, and the remodel was massive. It was massive because you get in there and you're like, this is a shitty arena. Like I get it, it's New York, like it's cool, but like this is really a gross arena. Now it's not. It's anything but like.
So that's kind of that's probably how I felt. I didn't feel like that, but when I went into the Forum, I didn't go for a basketball game, I went for a concert, but I was in awe. I was like, yo, it's just this, no decks, just seats all the way up. And it's nothing special to it, but I was like, yo, this is the Forum.
I've never been to the Forum. Yeah.
This is the Forum. This is crazy. It's probably how I would have felt about the Garden, but I'm glad they upgraded it.
How was it for a concert?
I thought it was pretty good. I'm not really the type to be like, oh, this is great for concert. That's not my bag.
Old Arco was tough.
Yeah.
Old Arco was concert tough. That's why they stopped coming here. They went to that thing in Marysville.
But they, yeah, weren't they out at they were at the Sleep Train Amphitheater, and then they started going to Thunder Valley too. But don't they say Golden 1 is like the complete opposite end of the spectrum, like the best? Or
It's phenomenal. Yeah, that's why they've been able to get all these acts. Like, it's incredible.
Mm.
Yeah, it sounds great to you. Hey, congratulations! I saw a congratulations, Bryce.
What's up, Bryce? Congratulations, big dog. Let me get you.
Let's go. Yes, get the. Yeah, I thought we were going air horn.
Yes, sir. Yes, indeed.
That's dope. That's dope. Yeah, old Arco acoustics were trash. Okay.
Why are my light's so bright? What the hell happened?
Yeah, something like I noticed that. I thought maybe you turned it off, or like I was confused as to what happened. But yeah, you got that Morgan Reagan light on you for a minute.
I think it adjusted. The camera might have adjusted when I put the phone up.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's what it was. That's gotta be Kane. That's gotta be Kane. Twitch never showed up today, so whatever. It's 4:02. Well, they probably need
hating on us.
That's all love. All right, y'all. Have a great day. Again, thanks for hanging through the hiccups. We'll see you here tomorrow.
Y'all take care, man.